Why, hello there. Let's check everything out here real quick. That seems pretty good. This seems alright. And this... Come on. You can do it. You seem alright. Okay, good. Love that. Let's go over here. And... Well, your Rust code isn't compiling, I see. It's not my Rust code. It's Rustlings' Rust code. It's their own fault, really. They, this whole project has just been broken nonstop. I don't know what they're doing over there. That looks like you need a lengthy and technical lecture on type theory. I mean, if you want me to lose my will to live, yes. How you doing today, Mr. Ash? How's all the everything? How's the book thing going? I haven't asked you in a bit. Any progress on finding a publisher that wants to make your crazy story available on papers in houses to the humans of the world? What would that look like in police records? Murder by type theory. Well, it happened on the internet, so probably cyberbullying. No responses from publishers yet, no, but I continue to send out the letters and stuff. Big oof. I hope somebody at least responds soon. It's that's a trend in the modern world. I'm noticing is that you send things to the correct places and hear nothing back. Kind of messed up if you think about it. Officer, he cyberbullied me. He wouldn't stop talking about algebraic data types. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. In this exercise, we're given a vec of U32 called numbers. With values ranging from 0 to 99 because they're numbers. We like to use this set of numbers within 8 different threads simultaneously. Oh, we're doing async things? Okay. Each thread is going to get the sum of every 8th value with an offset? It gets worse. One of the agents I looked at basically gave themselves a 16-week deadline to respond or not. No promises, but forbade you from pursuing any other agent at the same time. Like, okay, then I don't want to work with you? Like, wild that they can just get away with that, like, in market terms, right? Like, why does that not just immediately kill their client base? Like, I'll do what I want, thank you very much. 16 weeks, that's like almost 6 months? 4 months? 5 months? They can, because lately the power in publishing has been skewed heavily in favor of publishers and agents, right? Luckily, self-publishing is a thing. Who knows, might get lucky on that. Yes, maybe so. I know that it exists. I know that I have somewhere around here, I have some war game, tabletop war game, like self-published print on demand content. I forget the Stargrave. That's the name. I have some Stargrave that I haven't played because I decided to go be a weird gypsy. I've read. I think the Murder Bot series was self-published. I could be wrong though. So like it is a thing. Now I gotta know. Maybe I'm wrong. Nope, I'm wrong. It was published by Tor. I know that it just like came out of nowhere and everybody was like, "Holy crap, this is amazing." So yes, I'm also seeking a person who does social media hype style things, a sales critter. Sales critter. That's a good name for it. All right. So if I need to self-publish, I got someone who gets the book out there, make sure people know about it, etc. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you there, because I don't really have a ton of experience in that regard. I know that you can do a lot of self-promotion if you are talking about your thing on the internet, just like by the by. I know that a lot of people end up on YouTube, and I don't know like if they go there first and then like what's the most common? Do they go on YouTube first, or do they write a book first, or materials? But like especially in the um like tabletop game world, like Matt Colville, he writes like rule supplements, but also he's on YouTube talking about them all the time. And uh I'm struggling to think of any other names, but like I know it's a thing. Sorry, I have a few contacts to follow up. Giving the official publishing channels until approximately Q4. Gotcha. Sounds maddening, really. Like you've gone to all the trouble of having the thing and making the thing. Now you're just waiting. Sounds crap. Okay. 8 different threads. Get the sum of every eighth value with an offset. So offset 0, offset 1, offset 2. Okay. They don't tell us. So we just go by 8 for whatever reason. I'm in the fortunate position where I have plenty of income and can easily afford professional editing and typesetting on my own, and can even spring some budget for promotion. Yeah, that probably helps a lot for sure. Um, each thread should own a reference counting pointer to the vector of numbers, but RC isn't thread safe. Therefore, we will need to use arc. Anywho, thanks for asking. How am I doing? By the way, I'm doing okay. Um, I got a little time left before I have to go really start looking for jobs, which is good because there's been no meaningful movement in the job market that I can tell. It's all slop. It's all people like literally asking to hire a vibe coder, and no. But that week I took off of streaming to work on Ye Old Project was very productive. I got a lot of stuff done. Not as much as I had kind of hoped, but a lot of stuff. Um, and I think we can get that mostly buttoned up here soon. Um, and then it's just a matter of hopefully it makes money. But we'll see. We'll probably start like we got to get through. I want to finish Rustlings and kind of evaluate Rust myself. It hasn't been. I haven't been really happy with the learning materials, right? But I'm gonna give it a fair shake and actually, use it. But I need to get the editor branch finished up so that it can be merged and that project can be just, set on the back burner for a second. Um and then I don't know, maybe I'll stream client side work on the unannounced project. I'm not 100% sure yet. Tutorials only get you so far in any real language. Yeah. I was quite disappointed by the Learn Go book. I never really did the Go book. I did their little tutorial thing on their website, which is kind of like Rustlings, kind of a little bit. And then I just went and started mucking around, basically the usual approach. So the thing about Rust though is that I know that there are things that are unique to Rust that are kind of tricky. And I want to at least have an idea of what I'm talking about, which is why I've been trying to use the resources to effectively prime the pump, right? There is no learning mode on exorcism, which is what I would normally do. I would like run through the learning mode for a while until I felt like I had a decent grasp of things. Rustlings so far has been better, but it's still weird, right? The whole like fix the bad code thing is a little different than like so the reason I really like exorcism is they give you the tests, right? Which Rustlings does sometimes too. But their normal pattern is to give you the tests and then like sometimes they give you a little bit of scaffolding like the functions and then they basically give you instructions about what the outcome should be, right? And they're different for each language because they're all written by different people, I think. But in general, it more closely mimics in the learning mode. It more closely mimics like actual software development. So I like that approach a lot. I ran through the Go learning mode because I wanted to know like, do I recommend it? And the answer is yes, it's very good. But yeah. Knowing what you're talking about is a crutch for people who rely on knowledge. Right? That do be true. You can write a course for Rust for exorcism? No, well, I would have to become good at Rust first. That would be a problem. I've already I've already had you animals in my chat asking me about when I'm writing a Rust course. And I'm like, my dudes, I gotta have a clue first. It's gotta stay one lesson ahead of the students. Yeah, no, that's not how I operate. Like, even like I doubt you have gone through my HTTP course, my handler, my server course, because it's probably not relevant to your interests. But like even that, I was like checking or trying to check all of my assumptions. Like, is this actually technically true? What I'm about to say, which I've always understood and has always worked, is that still true? Like, like just to try to avoid saying something phenomenally stupid, right? It's a lot of work. I don't know. That way lie imposter syndrome booby traps for sure, right? Okay. We need to use arc. Don't get distracted by how threads respond to join. We'll practice that later in the exercises about threads. Okay. Don't change the lines below, but they're broken. Unused import. Okay. I do that too. Someone asked me something about the code I had written myself, and I have to go double check so someone doesn't show me off. Right? Yeah, yeah. But like that comes from long periods working with people who didn't do that, right? Like people who could just confidently state things that are 100% wrong upon the most cursory of examinations, you know? Like, and it drives me insane. It's like you couldn't have just checked because you have like way more context about this thing than I do. That's why I'm asking you, and you just gave me like the zero effort answer, and I would have preferred you just say I couldn't remember. I can't remember for sure. I think it's in here. You could find out more, right? I would have preferred that to, oh yeah, it's this way, and then it's not, and I gotta reverse step all the way to the actual answer. You mean people who do like AI? Well, I haven't worked with a ton of those people, and mostly I didn't talk to them. Confidently state things wrong from something they call memory, which they mostly gain by a weird process of osmosis. Yeah, something like that. Like, knowing things is hard. And they keep changing, right? You know? What was once the acceptable normal thing today may not be. All right. So I don't have any idea about ARC at all. And this is not giving me, sometimes they give you linky links. We're going to hint because that's going to give me a linky link. Because we skipped this section because I got so sick of the Rust book being itself. But now we require some knowledge. Um, but this, and I intentionally didn't read the hint except for the link. Damn straight, back in my day, you had to allocate the memory you needed yourself, and then you had to free it too. None of this garbage collection. That's why modern programmers are soft. I mean, that's certainly an approach. It's a little bit boomer coded. uh, like, why are you pointing me to these recursive types? I don't know. Another value of the same type is part of itself. Like that sounds crazy town. This is a data type commonly found in functional programming languages. Cool. I don't want to use it then. Because I hate functional programming. I think that's just what I'm going to come down to. I haven't done Haskell and all these other languages that are functional languages, but my exposure to more of that radiation as part of reading this has given me increased levels of hatred for it. Also in graph structures. Uh, I can't think of a case where that would be. Okay. I haven't done a ton of stuff with graphs, really. Let's see here. Recursive types are an example of a data type you can't represent on the stack. They're showing you this because sooner or later you'll run into something that requires this type of modeling. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Um, like the example given here in Twitch chat by our friend Justice is much more usable than this, even though I don't truly know what box is yet. Um, your mud map contains cells which can teleport a player to a different map. Bam. Self-referential data structures, ultimately within direction. Not really. No. The connection is its own separate data structure. That tells the controller where to put a guy. If you know standard unique pointer in C++ box is basically that. I do not know that. I haven't done a ton of C++ at all. In fact, the production C++ code that I was given to work on was code that had not been updated to use current libraries because it was somebody's shitty hackathon project that was immediately included in production code. The team that hackathoned it together in a week was all laid off. And then they gave it to me and were like, well, they gave it to us, and I happen to be the one that grabbed it because I believe in grabbing the next thing on the stack, right? Unless you are completely incompetent. Um, they gave it to us and said this needs to be updated because vulnerabilities in the libraries by the next release. And nothing about it actually worked anymore. It was all broken. Let's see here. I hate that kind of code. Yeah. I had to work on a multi-million line C++ code base before. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know how big our C code base was, but that was what I did more work in, but I've forgotten most of it by now. You put connections into cells. Um, yes, the connection gets built from the data in the uh the JSON file and turned into an internal struct that helps to resolve where it's going to. Anywho, fire the current item and the end of the next item. Okay. The last item in the list contains only a value called nil without a next item. Cons list is produced by recursively calling the cons function. Like, what the hell is the cons function? Canonical name to denote the base case of the recursion is nil. Okay. Cons list isn't a commonly used structure. List of items, a vec is better choice to use. More complex recursive data types are useful in various situations. Okay. Um, this isn't talking about Arc. I'm not sure why they've sent me here. It's a very common list concept in all functional languages. Well, perhaps you missed it, but I was just talking about how I haven't done functional languages, and I don't particularly want to. But even the additional functional radiation I have absorbed from working through this stuff has made me hate functional programming even more. New day, new Rust slander. I mean, don't be so slanderable. And to be fair, my slander has mostly been about the resources. I have specific nitpicks with Rust itself so far. Okay. So none of this has truly helped me understand what this is asking me to do. Um, this is thread stuff. I shouldn't have just hit enter. I should have actually scrolled. 15.4. Okay. That's about this stuff. There we go. You know exactly which variable owns a given value. Okay, whatever. Um, Rust type RCT. Multiple ownership. Okay. Reference counting. RC type keeps track of the number of references to a value to determine whether or not the value is still in use. Yeah, gosh. If there are 0 references to a value, the value can be cleaned up without any references becoming invalid. Imagine it as a TV in a family room. Okay. All right. Data on the heap for multiple parts of our program to read. Can't determine at compile time which part will finish using the data last. But RC isn't thread safe. So when you do that, bop, 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 bop. We'll create a list A that contains 5 and 10. Then we'll make 2 more lists, B that starts with 3 and C that starts with 4. Okay, hang on. B and C lists will then continue on to the first A list. Okay. And for this, we really need to read about box, though. RC is the non-shareable variant across threads. Yes. Arc is the one that's shareable across threads since it uses atomic counters. Otherwise, they're basically identical. Okay. So now is the time we're going to have to worry about this because we need to understand it to know what the hell we're doing. Smart pointer is a box whose type is written box T. Okay. Store data on the heap rather than stack. Okay. Remains on the stack is the pointer to the heap data. Okay. They don't have performance overhead other than storing the data on the heap instead of on the stack, but they don't have many extra capabilities either. Okay. When you have a type whose size can't be known at compile time, and you want to use a value of that type in a context that requires an exact size. Example would be good. When you have a large amount of data and you want to transfer ownership, but ensure that that data won't be copied when you do so. And it sounds kind of like vectors are a box. When you want to own a value and you care only that it's a type that implements a particular trait rather than being of a specific type. Own a value, care only that it's a type that implements a particular trait rather than being a specific type. Okay. Demonstrate the first situation in enabling recursive types with boxes. Ugh. Like a simpler example would be much nicer. Example, an array of unknown length doesn't have a known size. Well, that would be a vector, right? Or a string. A string should probably be a box. In the second case, transferring ownership of a large amount of data could take a long time because the data is copied around on the stack. We can store the large amount of data on the heap in a box. Then only the small amount of pointer data is copied around on the stack. Yes, that makes sense. Third case is known as a trait object, which is in 18. You can't have the Vec on the stack for that reason, since it doesn't have a known size. Right. Um. So, an indirect value stored within a box. That's an I-32. Okay. And then this shit is the recursive types. And they use some kind of a crate though. Um okay. Yeah, this is a terrible example of this. All right. Let's go back to you. Okay. We'll create a list that contains 5 and 10. Wait, no, this is... Yeah, this is where we were. No. Yes. Okay. They're on to this cons shit again. Um okay, so they contain 3 and a 4 and then a box with this value in it, which is all this junk here. Moved here, used after the move. Okay. Makes sense, I guess. Right, I understand that. Um, in your definition of list, to use RCT in place of box. Okay. They're also cloning. Man, my feet are falling. My leg is falling asleep. Leg slash foot. Stop that. Um, hang on. I gotta stand up. It's falling asleep. It's driving me crazy. All right. It's waking up. There we go. Okay, so We're cloning the RC itself here, so the reference kind of thing, not the underlying data. Good to know. That's why it's RC clone, to be explicit about that. Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that instead of simply X clone. But they're also taking a reference in here. Whereas they just tried to shove the same thing into here. And that must have something to do with the rules of box? Because of the lifetimes. No, they just tried to use it twice here, but it is in the copy. Use it twice? What? Anyway. Each cons variant will now hold a value and an RC waiting to a list. Create B is to take ownership of A will clone the list that A is holding, thereby increasing the number of references from 1 to 2 and letting A and B share ownership of that data in that list. Also clone A when creating C. What? Increasing the number of references from 2 to 3 every time we call the clone. Reference count to the data within the RC list will increase and the data won't be cleaned up unless there are 0 references to it. Okay. In the box, new A. Right, but they're also not taking a reference here. Whereas they are here. But you'd have to do lifetimes, is what they were saying. Could have called A clone rather than RC clone A, but Rust convention is to use RC clone in this case. Okay. The implementation of RC clone doesn't make a deep copy of all the data like most types of implementations of clone do. The call to RC clone only increments the reference count, which doesn't take much time. Deep copies of data can take a lot of time. By using RC clone for reference counting, we can visually distinguish between the deep copy kinds of clones and the kinds of clones that increase the reference count. Looking for performance problems in the code, we only need to consider the deep copy clones, disregard calls to RC clone. That's because box new method takes function new data T as own type and needs to move it in. Flippy can and maybe will complain if you use X clone on an RC rather than the more explicit RC clone. That's probably good to know. Like, because it behaves differently. Which, like, I don't super love, but is what it is. Okay. Reference counts changing, sure, whatever. Drug count. And then okay, so I think I have a handle on RC and Fox, kind of. But difficult but then impossible to actually create memory that is never cleaned up. Running entirely is not what Rust guarantees. Okay. Memory leaks are memory safe in Rust. That's a statement. Um, okay. I don't want to read all that. I want to know about Arc. You can't exploit a memory leak as easily other than just as a DOS, denial of service. Arc has this exact same interface as RC. Well, where's that documented? How is somebody who doesn't have chat sitting on their shoulder discover these things? Um, Multiple producers, shared state concurrency, right here. Okay, this is mutex stuff. Atomic threads, here we go. It's like RC, safeties in concurrent situations. A stands for atomic, okay. Atomics are additional kind of concurrency primitive. We won't cover detail here. See standard library documentation, okay. Ugh. Thread safety comes with a performance penalty that you only want to pay when you really need to. It's just performing operations and values with a single thread. Your code can run faster if it doesn't have to enforce the guarantees Atomic Pro. Fine. Okay. All right. So define shared numbers by using arc. And then child numbers. Give me a sec. I'll look. I find it. I found it. What does shared number? This, I think they just want that. Except, does it have to be not a reference? No. I thought it had to be a reference. Increase the ref count. Yeah, in the loop of the clone. Yes. Kind of what I was thinking. But do I have to type hit this? Arc new? Maybe I missed that. Hang on. So they're not going to talk that much about Arc other than say they're kind of like this. Okay, yeah, I missed that. So you got to new it up first. And then this is the clone. Do we have to worry about this is still not happy. Numbers does not live long enough. What? Arc clone just clones an existing arc. Right, okay. Borrowed value does not live long. That'll live long enough though. But it's not clear. Yeah, they don't want you to borrow it in the arc. But it's not clear why that would be to me. Because these guys are in the same scope. Um, where were you? New tab that. Arc manages the memory itself, so it has to assume it can leave the scope somehow, like here in thread spawn. Hmm. Okay, I see. That makes sense. You're moving the arc into a new thread, so the arc itself can live for a long time, ergo static. Okay. Hey Kyle, how's it going? It goes alright. Just trying to understand some stuff. Okay. But this clone's a reference. Does it have to? Yeah, it's gonna complain. Hmm. Because it's cloning the arc itself, but it takes a reference to the arc. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because this is now the arc which wraps the numbers. That's very confusing. It can theoretically outlive main even if it is joined before that, but that would require Rust to be able to do very complex analysis that it won't do. Okay. If you want to clone something, you can't move it into the clone method, otherwise you won't have access to the original data anymore. Right. That would kind of defeat the purpose of a clone. Can't you use shared numbers clone? Well, they just told us that we shouldn't. The answer to that lies in the definition of arc clone. Okay. Um. Anywho, this still. Are you not? Give me the same exact error? Okay. Recursive type list has infinite size. This is not the... This is box one. Why are you... Arc one is done. Apparently I just went to the wrong exercise, but there we go. Yeah. In this it is. Yeah, I continued on, so I didn't check closely. That's my fault. This is alphabetical. This is not for some reason. Yeah, box one, RC1, arc one. Yep. Yeah. Which explains why I'm a little bit confused. Rust needs to know how much space a type takes up. This becomes problematic for recursive types. Okay. Get around this issue, we can use a box, a smart pointer. Okay. Yep. Recursive type we're implementing this list is the cons. Cons list. Your fucking cons list. Use a box in the enum definition to make the code compile. Box in the enum def. That actually explains why it took me to the documentation for this shit too, though. So boxing the enum definition. We just put it around cons. Oh no, we put it, okay, we put it around the list. I see. Kind of makes sense. Then it builds up in complexity. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. We're probably good with that for now. And then create an empty cons list. So with the box new syntax, basically, right? And we can actually just do I can't do that, right? It doesn't have a constructor. Yeah, that's referring to that guy. How would you how do you I can't do that. Like I can do this, but expected struct var union type found enum list. List nil is just fine. Okay. Like there's no default values. Signifies the end of a list. That's an empty list. Okay. Yeah, they did mention that, didn't they? Like this whole fucking cons list thing is just I don't understand the point of what they're trying to express to me here in a functional, like, not in functional programming sense, but in a functional how do I use this tool to do anything I give a shit about sense. So a non-empty one. This one we can just do cons with any number, and then a box new cons, but I can't do that. Can I find function list in this scope? Oh, duh, because those are supposed to be squarely braces. List cons, really? Why can't I do... Like, I don't understand. How I'm supposed to create these things. I do not. Cons list is a fancy name for a linked list. Yeah, that part I put together, but like This shit, I'm just completely missing what they're trying to say. I don't understand. Fully do not fucking get it. Um, for any enum choice, the type of it is choice. Any choice variant, isn't it? I'm confusing enum syntax and struct syntax in my brain. That's what's going on. Because it looks like a struct to my eyeballs. So I went to struct instead of enum. Enum. That's the difference there. This part, though, that I can do, I guess. They use the enum variants in the use statement there. That's why they don't have to type list. Oh, okay. The use crate there. I see. Qualified list, yeah. Um, this is instantiating enums. It's similar to struct, but you have to build one of the enum variants. Yeah. Um, imagine if you have two structs. One of them is list nil unit struct. The other list construct like. Yeah, enums are weird in Rust. That's true. The other is a tuple-like struct. Yeah, I guess yeah, it is. Yeah. So my Go brain wanted to see this as a struct and completely did not look at enum as a thing. Enums are just some types. Some types has no meaning to me whatsoever. All right. So this should be, yes, that's in a working state now. It's obvious that I should review because this made sense when I did it. So I need to know, I need to remember that this at a glance that looks like a struct is not a struct. I need to look for enums, basically. Um, yeah, tagged unions means nothing to me either. I do not give any shits about type theory, like at that level. So I have no knowledge of it. You can treat each of the variants as a struct, really, when constructing them. Yeah, the only thing is that they're kind of namespace, like, yeah. They're really, really strange in the way they behave in Rust. Easy to see because you don't have a field. Okay, easy to see if you haven't spent a million hours reading Go, where enums don't work like that, and anything that is shaped like that is a struct. Like, and you'll find that as you're learning new languages, your brain is 100% busy trying to understand and remember and file away and connect all the dots to other things, and you will miss small and obvious things like that are small and obvious when your brain is on autopilot looking at the rest of it. That is how brain work for a lot of people. um it's like when you're learning how to drive, you don't fuck with the radio. You put your hands at 10 and 2, and you worry about getting all of the muscle memory in place to safely hurdle this large steel missile down the highway, right? After you do that for a while, you can adjust the radio safely. And as long as you don't, forget all the rest of it, which some people do. And never Is it safe to look at your phone? I'm looking at you, traffic that I drive around every day. I try to dismiss your experience, trying to give you other clues. Yeah, it'll happen with time. Like it's just I gotta have the muscle memory built up. Takes about 1 to 2 months to get used to Rust. Takes your face about 1 to 2 months to get used to Rust. Okay, so we've got that. RC1 is our next one. Express the concept of multiple owners via the RC type. It's a model of our solar system. Now it's a model of our solar system. Pluto forever! It's a sun type and multiple planets. It is now. I made it one by the power vested in me. The phenomenal cosmic power of being able to write whatever the hell I want. I'm learning something today. Rustaceans are Pluto deniers. The planets take ownership of the sun, indicating that they revolve around the sun. Since Pluto is actually kind of small, you're kind of small. Okay. What the hell am I supposed to be doing? To do. Uh. Okay, they take ownership. Whatever. We got tests. Uh. To do. To do. Except. I see. Oh, it's because these guys clone and these guys are new. That's what they're trying to say. I think. Um. Right? And then. Oop, let's use the right letters. Like so. Pluto has gone out of scope and thus has been deleted. um. So. Oh, these guys. Um. Saturn, Mars, Jupiter. Except for it's lowercase because our instance, and then I forgot that Saturn. Why can't I? Wait, Jupiter's already dropped. Saturn gets Saturn's dropped too. What the hell am I doing? I'm supposed to drop Mercury. Mercury? Venus. And Earth. Earth. Welcome to Earth. There we go. Except, we also have to add this. Like so. And then this should be 10. And then that. And then we'd also need to drop Pluto. And this. There we go. So if I'm missing something. Am I missing? Am I missing? Call details. Left is right failed. Ah. Because that needs to be updated to 10. Let's see here. Do I, it's one, yeah. They're dropping in reverse order. Reverse order. Order vas. Let's drop the planet we live on, right? Line 82. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was missing. I was looking for it in here, but these aren't asserts. These are just prints. Weekly check-in. Hey, how's it going? How's the everything? How's the finals? Are they done yet? Are they here yet? Written there in the error message. Yeah. I know. All right. Then we go to cow. Mrr. Clone on right smart pointer. It can enclose and provide immutable access to borrowed data and clone the data lazily when mutation or ownership is required. The type is designed to work with general borrowed data via the borrowed trait. Okay. So. It is a mutable copy on write. It's a list of I32. Values less than 0. Input length. Clones into a vector if not already owned. 2 mutable. At index. Negative value. Soon, 15th this month. Gotcha. Are you feeling studied up? Are you feeling prepared? How's your headspace? Are you sleeping enough? And then in our tests here, clone occurs because input needs to be mutated. Because it's less than 0. If value is less than 0, we make it mutable. Mutable reference to the owned form of the data. Clones the data if not already owned. Okay. At index here. Input to mutable at index equals negative value. Sleep's the real problem. That is true. Let's see here. I still have to draw a standards compliant technical manufacturing drawing for an axle I got as a 3D part for one of my lectures. RIP. Clones into a vector if not already owned. Negative value. Okay. So no clone occurs because input doesn't need to be mutated. So this is just cow borrowed, right? Is what we're saying here. How much on the game has been built, like in percentage? None of the game has been built. We're not even working on that right this second. No game has been built. Engine has been partially built, but like percentages are meaningless anyway. This should be borrowed because there's no mutation. Wait. Hang on. Also pass vec without a reference, so cow owns it directly. Ah, in this case, no mutation occurs. Okay, so this is a trap in its own. Huh? What do you mean, huh? On paper, like with a pencil and pen and ink. Well, you better get your drafting table out then. Once upon a time, I would have said that that's kind of silly. But now, in the era of people farming out their thinking to fucking chatbots, I can see it as a thing. Okay, so it's owned because we passed it directly and it gets owned. Get owned, son. This does mutate, but it's not a reference, so it's just going to be owned. Like so. That's what they're talking about. Engine is the most important and hardest part of a mod. I mean, not really. Like, every part is important, right? If you don't have an engine, you don't have a game. If you have no gameplay and just an engine, you have no... I guess you could try to sell an engine, but like, meh, right? That's like downloading Unreal Engine doesn't get you a playable game, right? You're missing all of the components of a game. Cow is useful if you only rarely modify the data, then you can oftentimes avoid cloning it. Gotcha. Anywho. And then we've already been through Arc. So now we're on to Fred's. Fred's 1. Multiple threads that each run for at least 250 milliseconds, and each thread returns how much time it took to complete. Program should wait until all the spawn threads have finished and should collect their return values into a vector. So we've got mutable results. Use the join handle struct, which is returned by thread spawn. We have not done anything with that really yet, other than the last arc, which told us specifically not to get distracted by. Aren't you building this engine to define the game logics, like how things will interact? Okay, so like, if you have a car engine, but no car wheels, no body, no steering wheel, none of that, how useful is your car, right? Conversely, if you have wheels and a steering wheel and a body but no engine, how useful is your car, right? If you have the wheels and the body and a steering wheel but no windshield, how useful is your car? All the pieces are very important. And all the pieces are hard to get right. Right? There's a README in each folder. I mean, yeah, there is. But we could also look at documents. Because if we look at documents, then we get familiarity with looking at the duckins. Um, threads, threads. Guess that makes sense. Yeah. Like, and like even the editor, like if it's hard to use the engine to make the game, you're going to slow down progress, right? So like that's important too. If your client sucks to use, nobody's going to connect. It's all a piece of the puzzle. All right. So multiple threads, yada yada yada, leads to problems, races, and deadlocks and bugs. Uh-huh. So thread spawn is how we create a thread. Pass it as a closure. No, I don't wanna. Example listing, yep. Print some text from a main thread, other text from a new thread. Okay. And it will spit things out. Waiting for all threads to finish. Stops the spawn thread prematurely most of the time due to the main thread ending, but because there's no guarantee on the order in which threads run. We also can't guarantee the spawn thread will get to run at all. I would argue that there are some parts that are much harder to build, though. Like if you're building a monitor, the panel is probably the most important part. It's pretty easy in comparison to throw a monitor frame and logic board around it. Well, I'm not an EE, so I don't know how difficult designing that logic board is. Nor am I whatever job function designs the casing, the plastic bits, so that they can be efficiently manufactured, which is a thing, right? I do know that much. Why didn't you use something like that of Unreal or Godot? Because why would you use a full 3D or 2D graphical game engine for a text game, for one? And for two, because I wanted to make the engine in Go, because it was fun. It is fun. And you get to learn a lot of things along the way. Um, I know a lot. I understand a lot more about how or why game engines work the way they do as a result of that, even though it's only a little text game. One last question: which is the main thing you want to build, game or engine? Both. Like the project started as the engine, but you can't build a tool like that and not consume it. You will build a bad tool, right? You have to dog food your product. Otherwise, you are deeply ignorant about the sharp edges in your own tool, right? In your own product. And that's how you get most modern software, really, you know? And that's why you have to have, entire UX teams that have tooling around, like, how do we, like, record sessions and play them back or track, like, why in our e-commerce site, why are 30% of our shopping carts abandoned, right? That's like a normal question that you might have to ask. Did they get confused that where was the checkout button? Did they like put it in there to like look at the discount and then decide it wasn't worth it? Lots of different reasons as to why you would abandon things, and some of them are solved technically and some of them are not, right? But not knowing is kind of the problem. Um, and some of that too is the fact that, like, that meme goes around of the people putting the blocks in the little baby toy, right? And they put everything in the square block. That's how users use software, right? You assume that they'll do all these correct things, um, but they just did the thing that worked that was the simplest, right? Yes, somewhat also applies to my chess analyzer. Well, I don't know anything about what you got going on there, but like if you don't use it, you don't know like if it's troublesome or not. And then if you do start using it, you go, "Oh, well this kind of sucks and it'd be way nicer if I could, click and drag here or whatever." But yeah, it applies to all software. So ideally you're a consumer of it, but you don't necessarily have to be. You just have to have a different way to get that data, right? I would rather just be a consumer in this case than try to get that data. Or just found it somewhere else for cheaper. Yeah, that's also possible. Alternatively, notice you can only order as a company and not as an individual. Yep, that's also a problem, right? And those are examples of things that can't be solved technically. Those are much different. The first one is, a function of your pricing, whatever decisions lead to that. So that may be something you can't solve. Maybe you just can't afford it to sell it for that price because it costs you more than the other place because they can buy 10 times as much at a time. So they get a better deal, right? They undercut you. Ordering as a company versus individual, that's like an organizational decision as to who you want to target, who is worth your time, quote unquote. And that can be a function of like how much pain is there in your process. Like maybe that answer is that you could make more money by selling to those individuals instead of just companies. But you have found historically that you have like 100 times more returns and misorders from non-company customers, and the amounts that they buy in are just, it's not worth your support staff time to untangle the mess, to return the shipping or whatever you got to do all that, right? That's like a thing that happens, and it sucks as a consumer, but the world is not built for smart people. The tyranny of the average is a constant theme you're going to encounter in your life. I once worked with an old lawyer guy, and he liked to say, "Remember, the world is built for people with IQ between 95 and 105." The latter one being really annoying when you spent 1.5 hours to find all the parts you need to add to the cart. Yep. Don't ask me how I know. Please let me know about that up front, though, and not only in checkout. Valid. Very valid. And that's going to be tricky to discover, even if you had like a full screen recording, which some platforms do, right? It is possible. I know it exists, that they record basically the telemetry of your shopping experience, and then they can play it back. But that'd be difficult to tell unless like you got to enter your company details and then you bounce. They're like, oh, maybe, hopefully they have a team that does that, and they go, oh, this person maybe didn't have a company, and what do we do about that? They probably don't care because it doesn't cost them anything to have you be frustrated. But well, it doesn't cost them anything immediately, I should say. Works like a charm. Even my tester, my friend. Whoop, deleted. Don't know what it said. All right. Anyway, arc. This uses join handles dot push to handle. Works like a charm. Even my tester, my friend, also likes it, though I am confused on whether to use user's browser to run the engine or a server. Well, what reason is there to have a server, right? Also, I was about to spend about 1,500 there. I mean, yeah, that sounds like a lot of money to you, but if their average order is $500,000, then they likely don't care at all, right? But yeah, so use user's browser to run engine or server. Like, what is the purpose of having it on the server? That would be the question, right? Is there some sort of like the highly intensive computation that needs to happen? Then I guess a server makes a little bit more sense. Do you need to store that data in a durable way as opposed to just like in a cookie or whatever? Then that would be um more compelling reason to have a server, because then you could hook it to a database securely. But like if it's just doing some basic, you know, operations, some basic code, then there's no reason to have a server. Build the engine in Rust, and then you could compile it to WASM and run it in the browser, run it natively on the server. I mean, that doesn't really make sense though. In a lot of cases, chess engines are pretty computationally intensive, right? But do you want to pay more for a more competent server, or do you want to push that out to the user's browser and say, hey, look, you just got to have a decent computer to run this. It doesn't work on your phone, or it doesn't work on a Raspberry Pi. Like, those are, valid decisions to make. Like, if you need to spend 3 times as much on a server that can run multiple people's chess computations, and your product is free, then you don't get anything, right? I have no idea what that is because I don't play chess. I just don't. um, so like that also informs your decision process too, right? So even you're like, okay, it'd be cool if I had a database and then they could log in. Okay, well now you got to maintain login stuff. You got to maintain authentication and authorization. You got to worry about data that you're storing. You have to have a database server, right? If you want to put that stuff into a database, you got to have the horsepower on the server to handle that. You got to worry about your uptime. You got to worry about backups. Like it everything gets way more complicated if you want to do server based, right? Does your use case justify that? And do you think that um like it's economically reasonable, right? So we end up in the same problem a lot with all these open source projects, things like Redis and MongoDB, where they started as open source in somebody's project. Okay, cool. But then they realize, hey, I actually have to make money to pay for all this stuff and to pay for people. And donations are not like MRR, right? And it's good if we can get them, but that's a tricky thing to do, right? How do you get monetizing open source like that is tricky. And then you have you have your enterprise offerings, right? Tailscale, I think, not Tailscale, Tailwind is having problems right now because they used to, anytime you would search for something, their docs would come up, and their docs had a sales pitch on them, basically saying like, hey, you can buy premium support or whatever it is they offer. I don't know exactly. I've only heard about this. I don't use Tailwind. But now with the AI summaries, they don't get links there. They don't get their sales pitch out. People aren't buying. They're losing money and having troubles, right? So like monetizing a project like that is really difficult. That's what we're learning repeatedly right now in the world. And then you get things like Mongo and Redis that have gone, okay, well, we're source available, right? Um the and people kind of dislike that. People fork it, like, and then you've just expanded the problem, really. That's it's not truly a good answer. So like monetizing open source is one of those big troublesome things, right? Um Essentially it's very optimized. It works even on old mobile, but just slows a lot. Yeah. Let's see. Rustling with threads spawn and handles form win. I don't remember them. This is in chapter 20 and 19. Good afternoon to you as well. Let's see here. Light has the option to do both. Run it locally, run on a server with a switch that the user can choose. For example, ain't nobody will use the local version then. I mean, they might. It depends, right? Rustlings has changed a lot since it first came out. There you go. It depends. You know, it depends, right? And that shouldn't really be your biggest concern. Your biggest concern should be, how do I do this sustainably, right? Because the longer the project lives, the more options you really get and the more users. Local is the default. Not many will bother to change it. Yeah. I see. I'm getting old. All right. Where were we? We were looking at, yeah, the syntax here is what we were looking at. I'm thinking earning ads once it gets that big. I mean, okay. Like, maybe. But ad revenue is not massive, right? And you need a lot of users to get anything. So, like, how long can you afford to burn the money, you know? So that's a thing that has to factor into your decisions. Like, I just personally um don't really, like, if I was in your shoes, and admittedly, like I said, I don't play chess, I don't do chess analyzers, I don't have any knowledge there, but like personally to me, I don't see a compelling reason to have a server do it, right? My approach would be throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks, and what of it you can monetize. Yeah, kind of. I mean, that's MVP, right? You make a minimum viable product, and if it makes money, then you can improve upon it. You have income, because as much as the free software, open source world loves to have their philosophical debates upon software should be free and all this other stuff, like, you gotta eat, you gotta pay your bills, right? So what are you gonna do about it, you know? You need to sell your B2B AI crypto SaaS course. No, don't do it. It's a trap. Uh, but yeah, like think about those things, you know? Um, let's do some threads. No, I don't want to. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the restroom really quick, because I need to give back some of that coffee I borrowed. So I'll be right back, and then we'll do some threads. There we go. With a bonus of more beverage. Let's see here. If we go local, the only cost I have will be the domain. Yeah, exactly. Way cheaper, right? Well, you still need a server to serve the website, but like it can be much smaller. Um, then let's do some processes. Yeah. Sync or async? Async would be tasks, so hope you won't get stuck in the restroom. We're not building a runtime though. Runtime use threads. Quickly go put a load in wash machine. Okay, gotcha. Yep, that is a good thing to do. Just losing my mind on Tokyo right now. Or Tokyo RT, whichever that means. Yeah, well, we'll get there, I'm sure. Unless we decide that we hate Rust, in which case we won't. So they're using join handles push here, and they also say use the join handle structures returned by thread spawn here. Over here, we were looking at this, so we can handle join unwrap. Saving the return value of thread spawn in a variable. The return type of thread spawn is join handle with a type. Okay. Owned value that we can call the join method on it. Or when we call the join method on it, we'll wait for its thread to finish. Shows how to use the join handle of the thread we created. Okay. Blocks the thread currently running until the thread represented by the handle terminates. Blocking a thread means the thread is prevented from performing work or exiting because we put the call to join after the main thread's for loop. Running listing 16.2 should produce output similar to this. So we spawn some threads, and then somewhere in here we join, so these guys finish up. Main thread waits because of the call to handle join, does not end until the spawn thread is finished. We move it before the main loop, then we do all the spawn stuff and then the main thread stuff. Move closures. Then take ownership of the values it uses from the environment. Okay. Closure repass to thread spawn takes no arguments. Not using any data from the main thread and the spawn thread's code. To use data from the main thread and the spawn thread's closure must capture the values. Okay. They're just going to throw a move in there. Or something. Yeah, there you go. All right. This doesn't really cover the join handle struct. I think my delivery driver thinks I am an absolute menace since he had to deliver 2 very heavy, large packets to me today. I mean, it's possible. Have you been a menace? Are you menacing the delivery staff? I can't wait to get to Tokyo. I'm buzzing. Well. It'll probably be a hot second for sure. All right. Select them into the results vector. Join handle. Wait, was that not? Join handles. But that is. Oh, no. Join handle struct. Returned by thread spawn. Handles. So handles join. Okay. That's what I missed. So that. Okay. Handle join. This should be handle join. And then collect. But I can't. Turn by thread spawn. This, okay, so this is going to return me the result. And we want to put this into the results. So we can push that into there. But this has a problem. Results vector. Vector of result U128. Results into iter enumerate. Red I. With that. Not on purpose other than ordering stuff. Join handles the type returned by thread spawn. Handles is a vec. Yeah. Take a look at the type of what join returns. You want to unwrap the result first before pushing into the results vector. Join is a result, but this says results. But I see what you're saying. Is that we want it to be that. But any and send plus static. I don't see where specialized result type for threads. Okay. I the thread panicked with part of the okay or something must just be red sleeps thread done. Like how does it put start is instant now? Push the handle. How does it put the right here? It's because it implicit returns that. That's why. That's why the result gets in there, and then we can get the index and the results. Okay. Results is the thing returned by by the thread. Okay is value returned by the thread itself, the closure, right? That should fix this. And it seems to. And they all took 250 milliseconds. Hooray! Okay. All of the thread. We want all of the threads to complete their work, but this time the spawn threads need to be in charge of updating a shared value. Arc isn't enough if you want a mutable shared state. Arc clone. We move. Take an action before you update a shared value. Where are you? Here you are. This is message passing. Should be in arc things, I would think. Stat. There was this stuff. Closure will then take ownership of the values it uses from the environment. We doing that, thus transferring ownership of those values from one thread to another. But force the closure to take ownership right there. Can't use drop. Either I missed it or it wasn't talking about this. Link access with mutexes. None of that is what I want. Give me a linky link to where I should be looking. Chapter 16.3 shared state. Okay. It is where I am. So but we've moved you in. I'm in the right exercise, right? Let's check that. Threads 2, yes. Kind of skipped that chapter. So I'm doing Rustlings because I don't know anything about this yet, right? So I don't want to go chasing off after bunny trails. I want to just read the docs here. Yeah, I'm in 16.3. Trying to understand the Rust. Right, okay. I know what a mutix is. So many people are enthusiastic about channels, blah, blah, blah. Can't get locking and unlocking wrong. So we lock and unwrap the lock and acquire a mutable reference in doing so, and then we can change that. But we have to have a mutex here. We don't have one here, which is probably what they're trying to hint at there. Lock method to acquire the lock. This call will block the current thread. because this is a reference to the thing under the hood. That's what they're trying to tell us about it, I think. Call to lock would fail if another thread holding the lock panicked. No one would ever be able to get a lock, so we've chosen to unwrap and have this thread panic if we're in that situation. Okay, yeah. After we acquire the lock, we can treat the return value named num in this case as a mutable reference to the data inside. That's exactly it. Type system ensures that we acquire a lock before using the value in M. Type of M is mutex, I32, not I32. This is driven by this, I guess. So we throw a mutex around you. We need to import mutex, I suppose. Value used after being moved, though. Shared access to mutex. Share value between multiple threads using mutex. Spin up 10 threads and have each increment a counter value by 1, so the counter goes from 0 to 10. The example, blah, blah, blah. Have a compiler error. We'll use that error to learn about using mutex and how Rust helps us use it correctly. Okay, so they declare this. They declare that. They don't arc it. Counter variable to hold an I32 inside a mutex. Create 10 threads. Thread spawn. We move, and then we can do that. Value was moved in the previous iteration of the loop. Rust is telling us we can't move the ownership of lock counter into multiple threads. Let's fix the compiler error with multiple ownership method we discussed in chapter 15. So here they have a reference counter wrapping the mutex. Even though reference counters are supposed to be not thread safe, but it's because we're guarding it by a mutex that we can do that, I think, is what they're trying to say. Trait send is not implemented. Oh, no, they're showing us that this is the pitfall. Okay, I see. So it has to go in an arc. Arc new, mutex new. That's what. So this needs to wrap this to guard that. And then we don't need that. And then we can move in like they did here. And then here we can say this is they called that counter here. We can do that because we lock this, unwrap that, and then we use that. And then we don't, it seems that we unlock automatically. It's the only time we mention unlock in this. It must unlock as soon as it goes out of scope. This Oh, yeah. Um, Wait for that. Print the value of job status dot jobs done. Um, I can't do that. That's my status. Handle join unwrap. We got other issues as well, but that's, how do I get you out? Okay, so you're still mutext. So I do have to just lock you again. And then unwrap you. And in this case, they had to do that. Job status does not implement display. We need to do that. Like so. We still got some trubs. Nope, we got no trubs. Everything happy. Okay. Let's see here. Lock only fails if the lock is poisoned, meaning another thread held the lock in the panic. Yeah, that's what they said. Kind of wrong way around. Finish reading this chapter first. I was thinking it helps now. He doesn't even know what the parts mean. Yeah, I don't want to go off on any bunny trails. We're sticking to Rust documentation. Unlocking automatically happens when a mutex guard goes out of scope. Okay, yeah, like you have in this test, right? Status is a mutex. You need to lock it to use it. Yeah, okay. Yep. We got there. We just had to work through it, understand. Okay. What do we got going on here? Threads 3. We've got a queue. We got a queue that implements new. We have a send transmission. Send TX to both threads, but currently it's moved into the first thread. How would you solve this problem? So thread spawn move, and then this value used after being moved. And then, okay. I mean, am I missing something here? This should just be arced, right? Multiple ownership, multiple threads. Thread spawn move. Thread spawn move, yeah. And then we might have to mutex it. So I would think that send TX. It would be send TX takes a queue and a sender. It's a channel. Oh, okay. That's going to be this. This is a different chapter. Okay. Send and sync are going to have some bearing here, I think. I'm going to forget to mute that, so let's fix that right quick. Don't need that going off. Almost every concurrency feature talked about. Okay, yep, uh-huh. Do. Standard marker traits send and sync. Okay, and we're doing stuff with send and just send. It looks like send marker trait indicates that ownership of values of the type implementing send can be transferred between threads. Almost every Rust type implements send, but there's some exceptions, including RC. Cannot implement send because you cloned an RCT, or if you cloned an RCT value, tried to transfer ownership of the clone to another thread, both threads might update the reference count at the same time. For this reason, it's implemented for use in single-threaded situations. Yeah. Uh-huh. So we switch to arc, which does implement send, so the code compiled. Any type composed entirely of send types is automatically marked as send as well. Okay. Sync marker trait indicates that it is safe for the type implementing sync to be referenced from multiple threads because, in other words, any type T implements sync if reference to T and immutable reference to T implements send. Okay. Reference can be sent safely to another thread. And this is a sender. Messages can be sent through the channel of send. All senders, the original and its clones need to be dropped for the receiver to stop blocking to receive messages. Okay, that's similar to Go. Uh, Here we go. Let's see. Similar to send, primitive types all implement sync. Types composed entirely of types that implement sync also implement sync. Smart pointer also doesn't implement sync for the same reason it doesn't implement send. The ref cell type, which we talked about in chapter 15, and the family of related cell types don't implement sync. Okay. Notation of borrow checking that ref cell does at runtime is not thread safe. Smart pointer mutex implements sync. It can be used to share access with multiple threads. Yes. Okay. Implementing this manually is unsafe. Okay. Marker traits that don't even have any methods to implement. They're just useful for enforcing invariance related concurrency. Implementing unsafe Rust code. Okay. All right. So that doesn't really tell me. Could theoretically use arc into inner to get the value inside the arc back as an own value. So that works if you're the only reference to the value. Then you can get the value back as owned. Discarding the mutex. It's kind of a bit complicated for a simple example. 16.2. That's explaining queues. The MPSC part here. 16.2, not 16.4. Oh, they lifted Go's little slogan. So hopefully they are pretty similar in channel to Go. Um Yep, transmitter and receiver. Sending simple values in threads using channels to illustrate the feature. Familiar with the technique, you could use channels for any threads that need to communicate with each other. Yeah. Create a channel, but you don't want anything with it, but not do anything with it. This won't compile yet because Rust can't tell what type of values you want to send over the channel. Okay. There's the MPSC channel. Sync MPSC. Okay. Multiple producer, single consumer. Okay. Channel can have multiple sending ends that produce values, but only one receiving end that consumes those values. Oh, okay. Returns a tuple, the first element of which is the sending end, the transmitter. Second element of which is the receiving end, the receiver. Move the transmitting end into a spawn thread and have it send one string so that the spawn thread is communicating with the main thread. It's like putting a rubber duck in the river upstream or sending. Okay, yeah. So we send and unwrap. Same way that you hear. Thread spawn to create a new thread. Move TX into the closure. Spawn thread owns TX. Okay. And because these are separate, that should be fine. It's only complaining about the TX. Okay. Transmitter is a send method that takes the value you want to send. Okay, yep. Returns at result type. So we can unwrap the panic. Get the value from the receiver in the main thread. It's like retrieving the rubber duck. Okay. Fucking rubber ducks, man. Receiver has two useful methods, receive and try receive. We're using receive, short for receive. Block the main thread's execution and wait until the value is sent down the channel. Value is sent, receive will return. In a result. Yep. Okay. So somebody should be receiving them. And it's going to be you. QTX. Received is this. Value in RX. Received, push the value. Okay. That's what we do there. By receive method doesn't block, but will instead return that immediately. An OK value holding a message is one if one is available, and an error if there aren't any messages at this time. Useful for if this thread has other work to do while waiting for messages. Okay. Transferring ownership. Channels and ownership work together to prevent problems. We'll try to use a val value in the spawn thread after we sent it down the channel. So thread spawn move, let the value equal to that thing, send it, and then we try to print it. Once value has been sent to another thread, that thread could modify or drop it before we try to use value again. Potentially the other thread's modification could cause errors or unexpected results. So it gives us an error. Borrowed hereafter move. Okay. 16, you should see the following output within a 1 second pause in between each line. So we have our values, we go through it, we send the value, we unwrap, we sleep for a second, and then this just starts chunking through. Okay. Multiple producers. So we do here. Red spawn move. Clone on the transmitter. Okay. Give us a new transmitter we could pass to the first spawn thread. We pass the original transmitter to a second spawn thread. This is 2 threads, each sending different messages to the one receiver. Okay. So we just need to clone this guy. Clone you. And then you can use TX1, and then you can use TX. And that should be all we actually need to do. Similar, but also not similar. Harder to mess up channels in Rust than it is in Go. Should be pretty familiar if you're coming from Go. Though. Yeah, you can do multiple receivers on channels in Go, which is a notable difference that I spotted along the way for sure. The copying, cloning the transmitter is also different. You can just get a pointer and do things. Reading also blocks in Go. So there's like a number of kind of differences. You have to explicitly write a select statement around a channel if you want to not wait for it, so that you could just you can put a select inside of a loop and then decide, if the channel's got a message, it'll execute code. Otherwise, it could just wait. Or you can also check for if the channel's okay or not, and if it goes away, then you can do logic. There's an MPMC channel, multi-producer, multi-consumer as well, or a one-shot which only supports sending a single value. Gotcha. Macros. I don't want to macros. But it's probably good to know about them, I suppose. Fix the macro call. All right, so we need to go read about macros, unfortunately. Macros. Yeah. Macro bizarro over here. There's 4 types of them. So you say. So you say. Where macros, advanced features. Yeah. Yeah. Bop, 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 bop. Macros hide shit. Declarative macros. I really don't want to. Really don't want to. Macro export is the thing that it's missing. Maybe. Doesn't seem to be the only thing it's missing. Slightly simplified definition of the vec macro. Macro export. Okay. Yeah. Fuck all that. Indicates that this macro should be made available whenever the crate in which the macro is defined is brought into scope. Okay. So that is correct, I believe. Start the macro definition with the macro rules. Name of the macro we're defining without the exclamation mark. So that macro rules is in fact appearing to be a macro. Maybe read the page. No, I don't want to. Um, let's see here. Yeah. Custom derived macros. Hello macro with one associated function named hello macro. Provided procedural macros the users can annotate the type with the derived hello macro. Yeah, I don't care about this. I really don't. Function like macros. Define macros that look like function calls. So that's what this is going to be. Ugh. Why don't you just give me a simple example? I don't want to read all this. I don't really care about macros. I don't want to use macros. I want to know what should I be looking for to understand at the basic level. Pancakes hello macro. Can't yet provide the hello macro function with the default implementation that will print the name of the type, blah, 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 blah. Define the procedural macro. Jesus Christ, you guys. Macro rules construct. Name of the macro we're defining without the exclamation mark. The name, in this case, vec, is followed by curly brackets denoting the body of a macro definition. None of this. Don't need to fix the macro call. Oh. Like this fucking this documentation sucks so bad. Like, what the fuck? Just what the fuck? Like, just make it simple. Um, compiler error by moving the whole definition. Does it have to go at top? I don't know. Seems all right to me. That didn't. Next, there we go. Compiler error without taking the macro definition out of this module. That must be the export. Like, I don't want to use macros. I really don't. I don't like the concept of macros. What was it? Macro export. Right? Something like that. Except for that, we need to be within this, not outside. Think, yeah. All right, what do we got here? For probably by adding one or two characters, unexpected token. Uh, that there you go. Clippy. All right, we're on to Clippy. Thank God. Clippy tool is a collection of lints. Yep. Uh-huh. Code will fail to compile when there are Clippy warnings. Uh-huh. Clippy suggestions. All right. Consider using the constant directly. Procs constant. So const pi. But then unresolved module, I need to import consts apparently. Well, that didn't work at all. Hang on, roll this shit back because Clippy. This shit changed. Yeah, const pi. I mean, I can do that too. It doesn't matter. That's I'm blaming that one on Rust Rover. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was a really bad um import that it suggested there. I would do it that way because it's a const. Clippy 2. Okay, it says to check pattern in a loop, use while let. While let. That? No. Some X, that's what I did. That's what I some X is option. Except for it panicked. So I can't do that either. Like I disagree that this is more readable, but whatever. Why attempt to add with overflow? That ain't right. They're using if flat. But this is a 4. While that loops when it is sum. But that it is a for. It is a loop. For X an option. Oh no. Ah, god damn it. I see. Alright. Fucking use a for loop. Jesus Christ. Fix all the clippy lints. Jesus, there's so many of them. Add a comma? Sure. You can have a comma. Do you want a comma too? You don't like that? Is it because I scrolled up? Yeah, there you go. Let's see. My option unwrap. Panicking unwrap. This call to unwrap will always panic. 11:24. My option is none. Assume that you don't know the value of my option. In the case of sum, we want to print its value. This would be something more like we could just do a question. No, I can't just do a question. In the case of sum, can't use any of those, I don't think. Oh, Jesus Christ. Need to go. To panic or not to panic? Where were my options for? Because you're an option. None or some allows me to we can do that, but there's a different way. Is none. Is some. There we go. Is some. Then I can do that. That's what I want. Uh you're checking if it's none and then trying. Yes, I understand why it doesn't make sense. Unwrap panics if the option is none, returns value in the sum if it's some. You're not helping because this shit didn't stick, basically, is the reason. I'm trying to still come to grips with that. So that doesn't make sense because it didn't stick, right? That's the problem. Um this unnecessary unwrap. So I can just do this though now. No, I can't. Yeah, see, this doesn't stick. Nothing stuck here, and the documents are fucking unusable, basically. So I have to go here. This shit is unusable. So I have to go here and try to understand um what they're trying to do, what they're trying to say. Unwrap returns this contains some value, but I don't want to panic here. Let's put this back for now. Unwrap or default. Yeah, see, I don't know. None of this stuck, so I don't know what I want to do here, is basically the problem. Nothing functionally. I mean, no, it's stupid. It's stupid. Like you said, it makes no sense to check for none and then yeah, right. Um, let's see. Unnecessary unwrap. Okay, you want me to go look at this? We'll go look at this. Yeah, I understand what the lint. Okay, I understand what the lint is. I'm trying to come to grips with what the correct rust wet method is for something like this, for this use case. Um, I'm looking for option. It's got to be related somewhere in the option documentation here. Covering errors with results. Um, alternatives right here. It's probably some kind of a let or something. So this would panic on an error. Okay. Not found. And say, we don't know the value of my option. In the case of some, we want to print its value, which indicates to me that we want to just be okay with the fact that um it may be nothing and we don't care. So like we can do this. Much shorter way we can start doing it manually. Yeah. So there's that. Read to string. Turn type is incompatible with, is compatible with the value of that. This is propagating it up though. Yeah, we can match. This is not. Looking for Was it in like this early on? No, because this early on they just did unwrap. This was just. This is result. This is not option. I mean, um, it's not what I want to do though. Like we can do a match, but there was a different way. Fruit fly in my face. Um, this is just that. Why can't I find the optioning? Must have overlooked it in here. No. I think it's just this again. Uh Something like this, I think, is what they want. We don't need the is none anymore. And then we don't need this anymore. We can do that. No? Oh, we can do that. This is just a string. Can't do that either. Oh, no, no. This is just option now. That's what I did wrong. Okay. You unfixed it. Go back to the is sum. No, I don't want it. Yeah. I'm doing good. How about you? Frustrated with Rust. That's how I'm doing. Mostly with the resources around it. Okay. Let's see here. Looks like you're trying to swap value A and value B. Let's swap these two. Maybe you should use standard memory replace or swap. Swap sounds good to me. Value A, value B. Get rid of that. Well, that didn't work at all, now did it? We need a mutable pointer. So we can reference that. Nope. We need this to be mute. Except for you're already mute. But we need to tell you that your borrowing is mute. That's why. And then this let binding has unit value. Let my empty vec equal unit. This vec is empty, see? New length of 0, value 5. Replace variable usages with unit. Like that? Okay. Weird. I don't understand why. Like, why would you do that? Whatever. Okay, conversions. We're looking for using as. We're so close to done. I'm so ready to be done. I'm gonna fucking neuter Clippy some of this shit. um, that wasn't the intended solution? Cool. Well, then they can be more fucking explicit. Like, I don't understand what the point was. Like, if you want an empty vec, make an empty vec, right? Um, Typecasting arrest is done via the usage of the as operator. Note the as operator is not only used when typecasting, it also helps with renaming imports. So value is a float 64. There's no implementation of division for F64. But that doesn't. Returns proper type and value. Make a conversion before dividing. The idea was that Clippy tells you the resize method, whatever you called, didn't return the vector. Actually, well, it told me to use the unit value. Like, convert the U size to a float. I don't see a U size, though. That's what I don't. Like, these are both float 64s. Oh, because len. So can I just do that? Or if I use the correct? Yeah, okay. Because it's length, it's not a value of the thing. I see. Okay, from into from trade is used for value to value conversion. The from is implemented and the implementation of into is automatically provided. If from is implemented and the implementation of into is automatically provided. Complete this from implementation to be able to pass a person out of a string in the form of Mark 20. You need to parse the age component into a U8 with something like 4.parse U8. Okay. So they're saying that splits on a comma is this because this returns a vector. I must be thinking of this. This also returns a split though. Let's be thinking of something else entirely. Um, returns a split. Split collect. I don't really want to collect, but I might have to. I can do an actual split thing, right? This, okay. It's fucking intelligent, or the pop-up bug. Just import it. That's not the one, though. Um, is there a nicer way to do this? All right, this sucks. I don't like this. Um, give me the docs. Ah, it's so bright. It's so bright. My eyeballs. API documentation. Oh, there we go. Thank goodness. Split. For specifically, no, I can't. Hang on. Will you actually work? Kind of. Come in here. Give me the doc. So I can read the damn thing. So that's using collect, but split inclusive, split white space, R split. Okay. Trim. So the problem is if you do this, you have to check the results, right? Otherwise we end up with troubles. And that goes into parse. Okay. So it looks like this is the correct way to do this. It's a vec of string references. What? Why the hell? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing stupid? Split once if you want a tuple, otherwise you get an iterator with all the splits. Okay. We can do that. Why didn't I see that in here? Split once. Just scroll past it. I did. Okay. So That I could do, right? But then I have to do that, right? Except for it's but if I'm done with this for the day. I'm done. Like this shit should have sunk in by now. And it didn't. And I need to take a break with this. I am really irritated. We'll still want T-Mux open here. I'm really irritated with all the different permutations. There's fucking option, there's result, there's all this other shit, and you all got to handle it differently. And um, there's so much different behavior to remember. It's deeply frustrating. And like all of the stuff that I have thrown at it to try to understand the basics has clearly been completely ineffectual, right? I think I'm done with Rustlings. I think I'm fucking done with that shit. And I need to just go write some stuff and figure it out that way. It needs a while to click. I mean, it shouldn't take a while to click for these basic concepts. That's the thing that I'm most frustrated by. Like, there's so much of this shit around a basic operation that's all different. And there shouldn't be. It should be way more streamlined than that. So I'm just done with Rustlings. That's where I'm at. Um, like those are valid operations. Splitting a string is a valid operation. Um, but this is just not. It's not working. Time to do things my way, basically. I think is the answer here. And we'll write some shitty code that'll be all wrong, and we'll learn things by doing, basically, without these extra constraints upon what we want to do. But for now, I'm going to take a quick break and use the restroom. And then we're going to work on the editor and get that branch pushed along. I want to get that finished up and buttoned up so that I can set that aside for now. And go from there. And I don't know. Like, I'm still going to give Rust a fair shake, but I don't know that Rust is going to be for me. I'm really frustrated by a lot of things with it right now, but that's part of why I'm stopping now, because otherwise it's just going to be forever associated in my brain with frustration and misery. But yeah, so let me go use the restroom and I'll be right back. Gonna go make myself dinner. Enjoy your dinner. I hope it's delicious. I'll be right back. All right, there we go. Now, let's go get set up. I should need to go and change this. Do 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 do. Gonna work on the editor. Close that. That's fine. This is Dart and Flutter. And that can be done. This needs to be let's do that actually, and then this should be changed as well. Flutter Dart. Something like that. And make sure everything picks back up to where it needs to be. That hang on. You. Are you still working correctly? Yes. Okay. It said it was offline for a second there, so I think that was just Restream changing stuff though. Okay. So let's go ahead and run this. We had this guy needing to get refreshed. So when we're in a gym or a map, I guess I should say, we'll be in the gym. And we go and we should have our taggies still set up. So we add foo to you, right? Apply that. If I go and change foo, I can take foo out of here. It'll tell me it's going to remove it from here. Cool. It removes it from there. We're done in there. It's still present here, or it appears to be. But if I go back in, it's clearly not. So, we need to fix that. Let's put foo back, add new. I also would like that to scroll down if I could get it to do so. Put foo back in. We'll add foo back to this connection, northwest. And then this guy. So we were trying to figure out if there was a way to await the results of this alert dialogue. And I don't think there is, but maybe there's something else we can do. We still pull you out of here, the alert dialogue part. That's still fine because we're going to want to reuse this modal, this screen. Because I don't think we want to only be able to edit text from here. I think we need to give it a clicky that we can just go directly to it and modify our tags, and that's all fine and dandy. But on pressed, we pop that. Setting state here doesn't help. This is a pop though. This, if I'm not mistaken, should happen as soon as we pop it up. It doesn't though. That happens on a close of that. Okay. But we have a set state in here. The connection tags, though, map state, app state. It'll be in the map state. And we have a connection that gets handed to us. Map state. We could reset selected tile. I thought we had. I might have taken that out. We do a reset. That puts you, yeah. You do that though. Any changes that we would have made, like if we were to come in here and change also this and go, blah, blah, blah. But oh yeah, my tags are wrong. That would get thrown away if we were to do it that way. Which is not great. In app state though, when we remove this, we change that underlying data. This can happen anywhere where this form is. We don't have access to map state in here. And from here, we don't have access to app state, right? Um, we still save this. Oh. It's probably not the end of the world to have it clear that, like any unsaved changes, but we should at least warn you in some way, shape, or form. Um, but also, what happens if, okay, what happens if we set it in here and we call that? What happens to this widget? We set state, map state, But I had map state in here, do I not? I don't. I have tag list. Because I pass in. Because I pass in the connection data directly from my parent. So we could do this, and then we can do that. Thought we could do that. Wait, that's supposed to be app state anyway. We can still track map state here. Reset select tile in our set state. Does that break everything? App editor into the gym. Come into here, do that. You add oh, that. Um and then here, and then first of all this. And let's blah blah blah, like so. It's not saved. That'll reset that. Yeah. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. That registers as change again. It did reset my saved state, so it's a little wonky to do that. Um, hmm. Um, that's kind of like we could go through the list and take anything off that isn't in our tag list anymore. Um, let's roll this back. And then we can't do that anymore, which is fine. I don't really care about that. Tag list is that. It would have to go into our tag edit modals there. That's you. You have app state as well that we give to you. Uh, And you build tags is widget app state tags. Remove tag, add update tag, new tag, add new. But where is edit note sharp? Current tags. Okay. If we did this, get tag list, goes through the widget tags. I don't know if this is updated or not at this point. The backing data is, I don't think this has been updated. So we can take out foo. Yeah. Um, put you back in really quick. Add you back in really quick. Get tag list. We'd have to rely on that though. This is my widget tags. My widget tags come from this tag widget. Tag selector, current tags, all in there. We do that on init. Find usages of this up here. There's that. Connection data form state. Tag widget.connection.tags. Oh boy. Because I can't really bind to things. Um, and because when I set you selected, we clone you so that we have a copy of the data to work with. We could maybe make this smarter. But maybe not. That's still going to shoot our... we're still going to shoot ourselves in the foot there. With anything we do. We'd have to determine what's been changed between then and now and only change those parts, and I don't have access to the state of the thing in here, we can do something, maybe. With there's a function for dependency updates. We have the ability to get a map state from here. We could um we don't know where we are though. We can be inside of a connection data form. We could also be inside of a room data form, right? Both of those use this same widget. It's just the individual connection. That's why it's kind of wired up the way it is. We could have to do something clever. It fired just an update for the current tags of a widget. Widget connection tags. This is on save though. Problem with a reset though is that we could be on a room data or a tile data. And we wouldn't know exactly. We could do like a filter on our list that says if this is not in the tag list, we don't display it. But that could end up with troubles, right? Where if we had something that was somehow added outside of here or failed to be cleaned up, then it wouldn't be visible in the UI. We don't necessarily want that. We could, I suppose, conditionally fire this to reload the same way we were. If there are no changes, maybe. Get tag list. I don't know where I am in the world. Because coordinate connection tiles don't have a location. I have my UI location though. That's stored in map state. We could. Hmm. We could do something with that, maybe. We could do like a copy with, but then we have to go implement that on all the different tiles, I think. Um, like it seems like just refreshing the whole thing is the most surefire way to make sure we didn't mess up our data. It just kind of sucks from a user standpoint, right? Um, in here, you're one of my connection widgets. Widget tags. We've given you to the widget. Try the select, copy you hand that copy over so that you can modify it as you see fit. Um, hmm. I could dot tags. Um, what if I did this? You, however, would probably need. I'd have to get a reference to map state 2, which is fine. I can do that. But I need to give it the ID, I think. Um, think of the UID value. No? What are you? What did I make you? UID value. There we go. Um, ID. So I can say, um, these guys have different signatures. A room data has connections. And a connection tile has connections. Room data, however, we can give it a get connections, but they don't implement any interface. We could make them do one. Is it worth it? Y'all get connections in here. These have a list of tags. Okay. So, and my selected tile, I don't track that anymore, right? Think that went away, which is probably fine. No, I do have a selected tile. Okay. But I don't actually care about that. What I want to do, I guess, is I can just can switch on see map selected map controller map at selected tile UI location X. Actually, can I get tile at? Get tile at, yes. Selected tile UI location. Except I need to do selected tile is this. This can't be null if I'm here, and neither can this. Now I can switch on selected tile. Case room data. I can do type name stuff that type literal I can do. Yeah, I think this works. How do we do this in? I just get the list, don't I? I go through its connections. Um, room tile. Map states like tile UI location is equal to widget UI grid location. If so, then color scheme primary. Otherwise, color scheme on surface. It's my border. Widget has UI grid location though. Is that must just be the room? Yeah, okay. These guys don't store that. They could, but like I don't think they need to. Okay. The file data, column, row, tile data is null. Tile data location. My drag target has to be manage child row. It's like here. Layout builder, drag target. Create state is room tile state. Yeah, that's that. It's because, okay, I know why I'm confused here. I think, um, because this doesn't hold the form. That's why I'm confused. This is just the UI widget. I want the sidebar. That's what, that's what I'm missing here. Tile data sidebar, room data form. There we go. Okay. Description controller. Sidebar form field location connections. New connection is not equal to null. container. This is the text. Otherwise, connection data, selected tile as room data, cardinal connections, and then tag connections go separately. So and then they do have a value key in this and in this. That should change them out when they get changed, but we don't want them to lose data, so the tag list for these guys, which used to be here. We give you our connection ID. So, okay. Right. I have pieced it together, I think. For tag or no, for connection data. CD, sure. In selected tile, cardinal connections first. If the ID equals the ID, that means that it's this connection, return CD tags. Okay. And then we just have to do the same thing, or list connection data. I don't need to declare a list here. I just need connection data. Can I spread that? Tag connections. Yes, because we're not concerned about what list they're in, right? We only care that we get the tags off of this connection. Now, the same thing is true when we are a connection tile, except when we're a connection tile, let's use the correct characters. We go the connection tile itself. Connection tile base, connections. Select the tile, connections, right? And we do the same logic here, like so. And now it's going to be upset. This needs to be nullable. Well, no, that's not true. We can do a default. Just return an empty list of strings. If there's no, do I need to do that? Yeah, there we go. And I can't default this because it could fail before that. Because if there's no tags on it, which shouldn't be the case. We do need an empty list, I think. Okay. So now, could I perhaps do can't do this, right? I could watch this. And then can I just directly call widget? Um, widget. Which tags? Tag widget. What if I didn't pass this list? And instead gave it an ID. That's required for this. We have to go fix our call here, and that would be fine. ID would be my widget connection ID, like so. And then you, anytime you build, um, ID, tag list. Where does this get used? Hang on. It's used in build in this. Okay. Get tag list. All right, so that should be okay. This becomes problem. List string. Yeah, because I only want to actually read that. And I can just return that widget ID like so, right? And then anytime we get tag list for current tags, when we change that there, and then on it we get tag list. I think this will work. Okay. Go into gym. Got our connections. We throw that in here. It's got a tag in there. It does recognize that. Come back into it. Everything's happy there. I add foo to it. Apply. I come over here. I delete foo. Okay, it's going to remove it from there. That's fine. And it's out. Yeah. Because we go and we fetch it again out of the actual map data, not whatever is here. And if we put foo back really quick, like so. And add it back here. Why wasn't clicking working? And if we were to have blah, 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 some text in here that we were in the process of making changes to, we delete foo. Okay, it's going to delete it from the Northwest. And then leave the Northwest tag. Takes it out of there. This has been unchanged. Unsaved changes are still staged. If I go back away and then into, it didn't submit that change. Okay, that's exactly what I want. That's the behavior I crave. Okay. So that's now squared away. Is there anything else we need to clean up in here? I don't think so. I wanted to check. If I come in and add a new tag, and we'll just call it bar. Save that. We're done here. Bar works, clicking works. Okay. I remove it, then it goes away. I can add foo back. Clearing that search isn't working correctly. Apply the change. That's still a thing that's a little bit janky. But oh, I'm not in. There we go. Okay. Have the connection data form refresh the tag list in it or pull the current tag list from the map state on init and anytime we modify the tags in the tag editor. This can get pushed up. That's fine. I need tunes. Why do I not have any tunes going? Make sure. That should be correct. Are you? Oh, there we go. Very loud. Turn that down. Okay. All right. Tweak that a little bit. There we go. Um, what else do I need to do in here? We've got tag deleting that checks and cleans up stuff. We've got the ability to clear out large amounts of them. It's pretty quick too. Pretty happy with that. Um, We have unsaved changes because Jim. Yeah, these guys all got the portal tag because we put it in there for testing purposes. So if I save this, oop, we should now have no portal in any of them. Yeah. Okay, cool. Um, bum, 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 bum. Why were these? Oh, because I left in my testing connection. That should go away. There we go. Okay, and then we've taken out our junk testy um tags. That's fine. I think that's all of that. Let's go ahead and fix up or commit up that remove test tags from tags and map, because I think we're done with that. Okay. I suppose we could just double check. We can add foo to that. We'll apply that. That'll put it into tags. If we then go in here and delete foo, that didn't reset. Why didn't that reset? You should be using the same thing. If I go out and back in, you're still there. Wait a second. Did we somehow miss? Hmm. Stage point, conflicting tags, target tag, conflicting connection widgets. Delete tag from connections. Target tag. We go through all of our connections using tag. So you still think you have foo in you. And if we were to save you, you did still end up in there. Okay. So we've got something broken there. Let's put that back in just for the sake of my sanity. Let's restart this to get all that back in. Could have just added it the other way. It'll be fine. Um, so when we remove them here and then update connection data, parent tile, if it's updated, if it's cardinal, which it was, update that table. The connection equivalency. Does that take into account? Where did I put you? Resolve. No, this is the tile. I need the actual data struct here. Accept draggable. Open the same thing after I closed it. I want the model. Delete, update, get connection. I thought I implemented equality. They're connection data. That's why they're not these guys. They're this. Derp. Connection to update is cardinal. Equality list equals other tags and tags. So that should fire. Connections at index is equal to a clone of this. Otherwise, it's tag checked there. And these are split up because I don't know why, actually. These guys could be combined. No, they couldn't, because we need to know which one they came out of so that we can update them. Okay. So who prompts you that this will be removed, so it detects it correctly. App state, delete tag from connections. But it worked on Portal. Why didn't it work on Foo? Am I crazy? It worked on Foo. Why didn't it work? Add new tag Foo. Foo is in here. There must be a different use case where it doesn't work. Um, I suspect there's a bug here, but I don't know how to reproduce it. You can try this way just to be sure. Foo, add you, add foo, apply. Did I forget to apply? Delete, you go away. That, okay, we still gotta fix that, but add new tag foo. That selected thing is broken. Um, then if I was to go here, that would still remove it. Huh. Okay, there's a bug there where if it's an unsaved change, that's a problem. Um, uh, 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 where would that be? Because when we add you, um, need to go to the tags. Use DC. It's before the description here. Origin destination. Tag widget. There we go. I'm blind. Okay. And you get widget connection tags is new val. On save, widget connection tags is the new value. Okay. So in tag widget, when I click you, current tags is the get tag list. So you shouldn't have foo in here yet. In memory, it's in there though. Well, no, it's not. Because on pressed, that's that. Tag widget. That's right. That's wrong. Current tags is current tags. Is get tag list. So that pulls whatever's on there right now. Tag selector. Tag list is this. But if I haven't written you, set state current tags can if it doesn't contain, then current tags add. Oh. We add you. It should still be fine though. Because we still have the reference in here, basically. Um hmm. No, it's immediately modifying because of this. Because this is now fetching this instead of going through the copy. That's okay. That's problematic. Um that's fine. We can do that on this for sure. But this I guess we'd still need this string. We can call you widget tags. I guess that can be null. I don't think I want it to be null though. We can't make an underscore though. Is that's fine. I guess it can be required. It makes sense that this really the tag widget needs to know the current tags. Um so we got ID widget tags is widget connection tags. That's fine. Um Now current tags will be the get tag list on init state. That's fine. No. This at the start is the widget tags. When we do this, we edit this. The current tags is the current tag list. That'll wipe out any staged changes though. which we almost just want to maintain a new tags list. We can do that. It's empty at first, right? And then current tags is that um tag selector autocomplete actions tag is current tags. On the tag added, if current contains does not contain new tag, then set state new tags add tag. This also needs to be checked. So if both of those don't contain it, then go ahead and add it to new tags. You use current tags to give me options. So this should be a combined list for my convenience, like so. And then set state current tags is get tag list. That's still fine. The display, though. Ye old display. This is a no-op if it's not in there, I think. Let's double check that. No effect if value is not list. So we can just go ahead and say remove whichever one it exists in. Except for I can't do that. Because this. Shit. That's why we were getting tag list from the widget. We're going to have to change how this works a little bit, which is fine. Normally we keep a copy of things. and we act on that copy. And that is true here as long as we're using the widget list. But when we do this, to list that makes a copy. And then we're not moving stuff underneath ourselves. Delete. Hang on. Let me roll this back. I'm just actually gonna go. I'm gonna roll back this whole file and then make that single change there. Okay. That should cleanly sever that that behavior, right? Let me grab you, reset, yes, cool. You do not have foo, and add foo, not saved, come in here, delete foo, and I should have no valid tags after removal. That logic is incorrect, but when we close that, it refreshed and wiped that away. Our unsaved change is still set, but that's fine. It's very naive. Anytime you mess around with stuff, it flags itself as unsaved. Now, ideally, we don't want to lose that data. Is there compelling argument there? Well, wait, hang on a second. Why would it tell us that there was that there unless it had been set? That might still be wrong. Hang on. Let me restart this thing just to make sure we got new code in here. You should not have foo. You don't. If I add foo and then try to delete foo, that goes away. Okay, that's correct. It actually comes out of there as well. That's correct behavior. If we go back and add foo again, then we can add you, we can apply, delete, didn't catch that. Why didn't it catch that? You still got Ooh. Take it out. Add new, apply. Get tag list goes there. We've added you though. Connection data form. Form field. Current tags, remove current tags. Tag widget state. Would have to be on the submit. Right? Current tags doesn't contain add it. Set state current tags is good. Get tag list on that case. But if we are on saved, widget on save, current tags. Okay. Which up here should be setting origin destination tag widget. Widget connection tags is equal to new val, which is the list that comes back. So that should be set in memory. And if we go off and back on, we see foo is present. This is north, right? Yes, north. We see that you're set here as well. So you're there. But we don't get our warning there. I must have missed something in here. It didn't appear in the conflicting list. Okay, so map state, not map state, map controller. This would happen on an update. Update tile, which is update room. So we do the things, we actually combined, check everything. We remove things that have been removed. Remove connection for tag map. If it's staged for deletion, otherwise con data ID is equal to room to update a UUID. Add connection to tag map. If combined existing connections does not contain connection data. Connection table. Connection ID is room to update. Add connection to tag map. We already set If it's not room data, we got an error. Update adjacent connection tiles. We never, nope, map at the offset location is equal to my room to update data. So we set that. And that's the reason we do this, is that we manage our tables and things there. What did we miss between that and update connection tiles? Get connections using tag goes through tag map. Whereas there you go. Update connection data ends up getting called in update room. Combine new connections. We never called update. That's why. Bet you that contains add connection to tag map. Update connection. Update connection data. Figure out the parent. Add connection to tag map. But that's only. Nope, it's in there. Because you. If it's immutable, don't worry about it. Tag map for this tag is null, then we add it. Otherwise, if it doesn't contain this connection, then we add it. So it's in the update case. So when we update a room, we look for you in here. If we find you, no, hang on. If you're staged for deletion, we clear you out and remove you. Otherwise, if you don't contain existing connection doesn't contain this, then we do an add. Okay, so we're missing the update case in here. If you contain my connection data, update connection data, that. I think I want this to be an else if. That's what I think. Not staged for deletion. Check if we have it already. Do update it. If not, add it. Okay. And then we update adjacent connection tiles here. Let's give that a shot. We'll take foo off will apply. Add foo back will apply. No. That could be. Stale code though. Let's make sure it's not. So you are not in there because we didn't save you. That's fine. Add foo. You still don't. What am I missing here? You're applied, so you're in memory, even though you're not saved. Find existing connections contains connection data. Update connection with this connection data. The existing contains connection data. By new connections. Oh. Because that's only for new. Damn it. This is wrong. We'll go after this so that we've cleaned up anything. This we can get out of existing. No problemos. Um, hmm. So this should take care of our deleting. If we call oh, hang on. That's why I did it this way. Because we have to know combine new connections. If I'm staged for deletion in the new data, then I clear it and remove it. Otherwise, I'm not staged for deletion. My existing data does not contain this. Then I know I need to add it. Um, but this on data ID, room to update, connection table, and add to tag map. Connection update. Tag connections is equal to that. Cardinals is equal to this cloned. This doesn't add you. We have clear connection as an option. If it's cardinal, we remove it. Tagged, we remove it. We take care of that. We should be using this. And but we do need to. We'll let that handle that. And then we do need to remove it from this data. Alternatively, because we're going to end up setting this. This should be up here. But this is all within the not equals null block here. Because this, okay, this handles. Idea for stream title: Mud on Engine. Juice it what? Because we're only okay, so we're handling two cases here. That's the tricky part. That's why I'm getting confused. Because the current object is null, then we do this. And we do have existing and new. This just should be Wait, no, this is wrong too. Hang on. Roll this back. We have update connection, clear connection. This handles just removing anything. Um, so let's go through the existing the new connections. If it's staged for deletion, otherwise add. This goes away. This is not needed. So if my existing connections contain this new connection, or rather if they don't contain, then we add it. Otherwise, okay. We don't have this connection in the existing lists. It's a new connection on this tile. Otherwise, we just need to update it. This takes care of deleting as well, because the incoming connection data will have the delete delete flag set. So if it's in there, we just call update connection with con data. An update connection handles clearing or updating. Okay, there we go. I think that's correct. In cases where it's new, though, room to update adjacent connection tiles. We do need to go through this anyway. And because this thing is smart and it checks equality of the connections, in list connection data, room to update cardinal connections, room to update tag connections. This doesn't need list here. It's just the angle brackets like so. Then I can say update connection on data. Then we only need to handle the case Hit adjacent connection tiles. Update connection. If it's not updated, it's new. This handles all of these things. I don't think we need to do any of this. Because we got to run through them anyway, we might as well let that logic do the work. Which actually means we can get rid of this too. We set you to room to update. And we update your connections, update adjacent connection tiles. Just, that seems too simple. I feel like I must be overlooking something. Ooh. Nope, something's still getting missed there. But if I delete a connection, that works. Make sure there's all new code running here real quick. North. Boo. Apply. Okay, something's getting missed there. For sure. Boo. Let me double check that this isn't North. Foo. Foo. If I add you here, maybe looking in the wrong place. No, that worked. Okay. So something's different between, like, this seems to be working. So like if I was to maybe come in here, I'm going to delete north and I'm going to add a north west. You can be templatey. You didn't get your default location though, but okay. And all of that got saved. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that part at least is working very well. That's north. Update connection. If it's stage for deletion, we clear it. Otherwise, we update it. We resolve your parent. That's fine. It's not a new connection. If it's cardinal, update that table. Cardinal connect. Okay, it's because where do we do our tags? Add connection to tag map, but parent tile cardinal connections indexes connection data clone. So that should happen. Connection data clone does clone tags. List from source tags. So because that gives back a lit, yeah, that should be fine. Um what am I overlooking? So it shouldn't be equivalent, it should update. Updated is true. Break this loop. Should be this one. Parent tile cardinal connections indexed. This should be continue. Wait, no. No. So we found the connection we're looking for in the parent. Nothing has changed, so we should be able to return there. Otherwise, we set this to a clone, updated as true, we break, we're done in this loop here. Yes, that's still true. Otherwise, we do the same thing with our tag connections. Make sure it's not in there. Either case, updated will get set. If it was not updated, then it's a new connection. Connection update is cardinal, then we add it to that. Otherwise, we add it to tagged. Connection table. Connection to update ID is equal to parent tile, UUID. Okay. Add connection to tag map. Connection to update. Connection to tag map. I go through my tags that are on the table. If it's immutable, I continue. Otherwise, if it's not in the tag map yet, I add it. And I set it to a single element list. Otherwise, if I don't have this tag, this ID in the tag, then I add it to the list. So that should be fine. This should get fired either way. If it wasn't updated, we add it first, and then we add it. If it was updated, it just gets added. If it's not on the same map, then we're done. If it is on the same map, then we come in here, we set these other table values. That's all fine and dandy. And then we're done. That's all correct, unless I'm missing something. Um, bum, 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 bum. Back to my room stuff. Update room. Figure out where the heck I am. Figure out what's there. We set it to room to update. We go through the combined connection list and update everything. Update connection. I don't know. Let's do a breakpoint. We need to debug. Let's do a breakpoint here. There's something I'm overlooking. Something is basically what's up. We'll go back to our gym. Go to the room. We'll add the tag foo. Apply. So now, room to update. Cardinal connections. We're looking for the north one. Tags is north and foo. That's correct. You are the one. We go into update. It's not staged for deletion, so we go into update. We figure out the parent. It is cardinal. We go through. This should be it. Our equality isn't working correctly. That's it. Let's apply this really quick, and then we'll go back to adding foo again. Apply. Stuff. Okay, good. No, I missed it. Ugh. Hang on. Apply. Foo. Apply. In here. In here. This. Object other. List equals. Others tags. Others tags is set. And then this tags that okay, that's correct. This tags is set too. Okay, so something's happened. CD is the connection. It's because order of operations got me. Order of operations. Because we set this to that already, that's our problem. We have to do this before we set. The current data. Let's stop that. Update. Update the connection data first, because we won't know if anything has changed once we commit the changes to the room itself. That's what's going on. All right, so here, in here, north, gets the foo tag, apply, still has the foo tag, north, foo tag, cool, come in here, delete, damn it, something's still not there. Oh. I wonder. Put that back. I might have made another mistake. In fact, I'm almost certain I did. Reset you really quick. In this form. In our clone, it was list from. I did two list here. String. What was it? Clone. List string from. Okay, I need this. List string from this not to list. That. Okay. Now. You. North. Foo. Apply. This. No. Damn it. Okay, something else is still afoot. Foo. Okay. Hang on 1 second. This I'm gonna leave because I'm still pretty sure that's the more correct way to do it. We have to debug again. Just fine. Update connection. In room to update. And because we get parent tile, go ahead and yeah, you can be a break there. That's fine. Let me go use the restroom really quick and I'll be right back and then track down what's going on here. All right. Let me grab you. Go in the map editor. Yim. In here. North. Gets the foo tag. Oops. Make that the foo, not the faux tag. We'll apply you. Okay, connection to update. This should sure as heck better be, unless this is wrong. So, this has 2 tags though already. Shouldn't. CD, it's connection data. In parent tile, cardinal connections indexed. Parent tile is my tile as offset. Stop that. How did it end up? Get tile at offset. Is get tile get offset coordinate. Get tile returns the map value in the map. Okay. Update a room. Offset location is get offset locate coordinate. We can actually just do this for one. If it's neither null nor is it a room data, that's a problem. Otherwise, room to update cardinal connections and tag connections. We go through, we update that. Oh, that's why we pull that offset location. Okay, never mind. Hang on. That's fine. You can stay, I guess. Um, room data doesn't have a clone, so we just put you in there, which, I mean, it's fine. And then the room table update, but room data form. Should be in map state. Save tile changes. Update tile. Selected tile. Reselect. Okay. Where else would you be getting set though? It's because we don't clone you, isn't it? Room model. Room data form. The selected tile gets cloned though. Right? Um, no, you don't. Okay, that's why. Okay, that's fine. Room model we can give a clone to. We have a clone. Never mind. It's already on here. So why don't I... Location is select tile as room data location. Get tile offset is null. If this is not null, then delete it. Oh, this is delete set select tile. Whoops. Set select tile. Room data clone. I do clone you. Clone selected. And when I clone you, cardinal connections is a list from that. It's a list from that. So those should be copies. But are you not cloning? This could hit all elements. But in my form, connection data is a connection. This has to be I'm gonna have to map, I think, and then I'll want to um we need to call clone on you. Connection data. Doesn't have a clone. To list is the last part of that. But connection data, connection model. You have a clone. Connection data. Connection model. Um, yeah, okay, I just did this wrong. And you clone that. That's what I got to do. Okay. And then the same thing is true here. Tag connections though. Map. Connection data. Connection. Arrow fog. Connection data. Oop, 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 oop. Clone. Connection. To list. Let's spell it right just for the fun of it. Okay. Now, let's restart that. Actually, I want to debug that so that I can come in here, and this is going to be meshed up. Bump, bump, Jim. Unmute those because you do that for some annoying reason. North. Foo. Apply. Okay. This should not be equal. There we go. Updated is true. We're done with that for now. And then if and I was to attempt to delete foo, not fo, there we go. That is correct. That it wasn't cloning them when I made a copy of the list. It was duplicating the list with the same items in it. Okay. And then this is stuck over here again because I put you back. I don't need you. And that goes away. Cinema. Okay. That's good. That's very good. I'm happy with that. Bum, bum, bum. We're done with that for a second. Let's just double check here. Yim in here. So in a room, add tag foo, apply. Delete, yes, you'll delete that. It'll take care of that. Add tag foo. Come in here, delete foo. Okay, this is still broken. That's still broken because is it actually, hang on, cancel that. Okay, you're out of there. It's not being removed. It's not getting deleted. It's not getting cleared from whatchamadealio. It gets taken out of the map. So map controller, if I was to restart this, come in here, you should be gone from here. True facts, and then it would delete. Okay. It's not being removed from the list. That's going to be happening over here. Let's tidy some of this up. I don't need all of this open right now. That I might need. That I might need. I guess I need more of it than I thought. Okay. Remove tag. Delete tag from connections in the map controller. Update. Okay, so we remove connection tags, remove. Update connection data with connection. Except the same thing is going to be happening. I bet. I can't do that. Um, clone this connection into that list you give me back. I think that will make it so that we're not modifying the thing ahead of time. Okay, it's in, and then we do foo. That's true. But if I was to take you out and apply, you're still in there though. Okay, let's double check my remove logic here. Actually, hang on. I need to have new code in first to be sure. So let's do a hot load there. Add foo. If I was to try to delete this now, it would just go. That's correct. If I add the tag foo and apply and then come in here, I forgot to remove it again, come in here, then it would be there broken. Okay. So get connections using tag now returns a connection tags, remove that, update connection data with connection. You stop, you debug. The connection. It's because remove connection from tag map, parent tile, cardinal connections index. This is incorrect. It should have been tag connections. That wouldn't have affected that though. If it was not updated, it's new. We never did anything to re-add this, but also we removed it. Oh, we didn't remove you here. Okay. But this is only on a match. Why were you in here? This is something we didn't finish. I remember this now. Um because we need to if it's equivalent, we don't do anything. Um on a delete of the connection, I think we clean it out of there. Clear connection. Clear connection from tables should include. Doesn't though. Never mind, it does right here. Remove connection from tag map. Okay. Yes. So that's why that was working. But on an update, we can go through four string tag in connection to update tags. But we also should go through four string CD connection data in parental cardinal connections indexed tags. Why aren't you? Oh, duh. In CD tags. That's why. Wrong. Just super brain fart. If tag, or if um if connection to update tags does not contain this tag, the current tag list doesn't contain this tag. Or no, sorry, if the new tag list doesn't contain this tag, remove it. Remove. Ooh, I don't have a helper for this. Remove connection from tag map bot. Don't have, because it's just tag map remove tag. No. Tag map at tag remove CD ID. This, however, can't be nil. So if, how do we do that down here? Is there a tidier way? No. Tag map tag. If this is not null, then remove it from the list. And then this is a no op if there's nothing in there. And then here, do we have an add helper? I thought we had an add helper. Add connection to tag. Yeah, I should do. Oh, no. Because that's a full connection. This goes through there. We can still do that though, because this, if it's null, it adds it. Otherwise, it checks to make sure it's in there. That's fine. We want to do this in all cases though. So we probably want to do it out here. Um, if it hasn't changed, we return. Otherwise, we do it out here. If you're not updated, add it. Ooh, except I need that. So maybe it has to be in here. Yeah, shit. I gotta do it inside of here because that's where I know where my current list is. I've pulled you out of my parent. Yeah. And then we can add you here. We already do add you here. Either way. Okay. I think that fixes us. Let's find out. So we'll go ahead and add to north the foo tag. We apply, we delete you. We need to apply that. No. Okay, where is that being mangled at? It's because in my connection data form, DCs, it's in the tag widget. On a save, my widget connection tags is equal to the new val. Tag widget in here. Current tags is that. Get the tag list. Cool. Down here in the list of the current, we had a chip current tags remove tag. But you're a copy now. That shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so we're gonna have to come into here. We're gonna have to debug. Bum, bum. Okay, come in here, come in here, come in here. Boo. Come in here, apply. Just go ahead and play that. Now, though, on a delete apply, you don't go in here. Well. Boo. Apply. Go through all those. Delete. Apply. So it should be connection update should be the north. It has one tag. We get that, get that, get that. It's cardinal CD. We pull you out. CD. If your ID is this, tags is only one in CD. What has gone awry here? Or did I mess up my logic? Clear connection, delete room, new map. Thinking and not reading as I was scrolling. You're up here. Update room. 'Cause it's on a room. Current object, get tile at offset location. I guess that would be a good place to start. So add foo back. Gotta fix that bug too. It's deeply annoying. Do all of that. Fine. Yes, good. On we go. Um, update room. So foo goes away. Bop. You current object. Cardinal connections. Why is there only one? Southeast to the northwest. What? I'm going to update location. Who go there? Okay. Current object is at 2-2, which this is 1-1. This is not correct. Because this I messed up. That's my bad. Did that when I put it back. Didn't put it back correctly. Let's try debugging that again, shall we? Not this map. Gym map. Here we go. Into you. Boo is added. Let's go ahead and skip that for a second. Foo is removed. Go ahead and skip that for a second. And then come in here, delete that. Nope, you're still in there. Okay. Foo gets added. Apply. Skip that. Foo gets removed. Apply. Now. Current object. Cardinal connections is 5. That's correct. 0 is you. You don't have foo in you. Okay, skip that for a second. Put foo back in this one. Okay. Current object, cardinal connection. Current object. Already has this connection. Um, this why this? This adds them. I don't think we need that actually, but data clone connection to list. This shit. Isn't an old code problem, is it? Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Okay. Boo. Okay, current object, room data, cardinal connections, 0. This has one tag now. Okay, that's correct. We figure out all of this. We go into update connection. It'll end up here. It'll be cardinal. Here is where we want to be. Okay. The CD tags is only one. They're not equivalent. We go through. If connection to update doesn't contain it, which should be none of them. Okay. Connection to update. We go, we break, we remove it. We set up everything, right? Okay, I think is good here. It's the deleting. Go apply. Current object cardinal connections. Okay, so it's already removed. Why is it already removed? It's because we haven't changed anything yet. So we haven't triggered a new clone? Because on init, current state is get tag list. No, that's fine. And then chips, current tags remove, tag, string and current tags. It's not until save that we set that with current tags. What am I missing? Um, Current object location is 1, 1. And our room to update has only one tag. Current object has only one tag. Is there did it ever truly get set? I'd have to, otherwise how would it be over here? Um Boo, apply. Let's rock and roll. Go through all of that. Okay. And you're still here. That doesn't trigger this. Fly does. Current object, cardinal connections, 0. Tags is size 2. Okay, wait, no, hang on. This is right. This is correct now. Did I screw up somehow? Maybe. Maybe. Um, Update connection with con data, which has one tag. Okay. Here. Here. You tile it offset. Connection to update. Origin point is room data. Parent tile. Cardinal connections. North. Tags is 2. Okay, this is all correct so far. CD. Tags is 2. Okay. Contains tag. But connection to update. tags will not contain tag when it's foo. Right here. Okay. Tag map tag. Remove, which can't be null. Remove the CDID. So this tag map contains portal and foo. Tag map contains portal and foo still. Foo has no elements in it though. Add connection to tag map. Connection to update. Connection to update has that. That's fine. So this connection table or no tag map still contain a foo, but there's nothing in it. Okay. And now it works. Okay. Hang on. Reset. Is there something else going on here? So add a tag foo. Okay. Go for it. We'll just mute those really quick. Now I delete foo, apply. And you're in there still. Okay. But if I try it again, no, you're still in there. Click off and on. You're still in there. Let's go in here. Get connections using tag. Come in here. Turn that on. Delete for me. It's not null. Get connections using tag, target tag. Controller. See the connection, but connection ID. In tag map with at the tag. This tag map foo. Wait a minute. Where did you get that? You weren't there before, right? Am I crazy? Okay, map editor here, put you in. Ooh. Apply. Yeah, skip all that. Delete foo. Double check this again. CD. Has only one tag. Where did your other tag go, bro? Update room. Combine those. Let's put you back in real quick. Yeah, go for it. It will take you out again. So room to update. Cardinal connections. Tags is down to 1. That's correct. Current object. Cardinal connections 0 is only 1. Are you being added or not? Boo. Okay. Current object already has it. Hmm. What's going on? Check that. We check you. Your stage for deletion, we do this. Which we shouldn't actually need to do. Combine new. If existing doesn't contain you, then you're new. Um, this should, however, handle that. What am I missing here? You get added to the connection table, but like all of this shouldn't need to be here, basically. Um, We need to do that. We go through our new information, update connection. We can't necessarily do that. Because if you're new, you got to do this in a different order. Alternatively, original and tagged, or cardinal and tagged. If we do this, okay, hang on. We can do all that. Then it'll handle both cases as long as this. When we do this update, the delete's fine. Instead of returning, though, we still need to do this work, basically. We need to make sure that that's the same. Let's just do this. We'll only clone it if it doesn't match. We still do updated, we still then break. We're done. We found our thing in the list. So we always do that. Do the same thing here. That makes this a little bit more obvious, I think, as to what's going on. And then if it wasn't updated, it must be a new connection. Cardinal connections added, target tag connections added, connection table, that. This, however, okay, so add you to the parent if you're new. This we can just do. If connection table at connection to update ID is null, then add it. If we don't have this connection yet, add it. Add it to the tag map. If it's the same map, then we're done. or sorry, if it's not a same app, then we're done. If it is same map, then we do our destination stuff, all that. Okay. I'm just worried that I have still some sort of issue that I'm caving over here, or paving over, I guess I should say. Um, Current object. And when we update this, the new tag list doesn't contain this tag, remove it. Will we lose our... We lose the ability to do this, though. Because we've already set the room. I think that's what I was thinking when I went to... when I was just removing the cardinal connection there, if I found it, so we could remove and re-add everything, but that seems silly to do it that way. But if we don't do that, we don't have some way to yank that out of that list, and that list is kind of useless and old and outdated. Hang on. I'm really worried about the... Like, there's got to be more effects to the fact that I can't seem to figure out why this is already set. Something else is setting it. We're going to leave this in here. We're just going to roll that back. The same is true up here in update room. Get that out of here for real quick. In update tile, update room, we're going to roll this back too. This goes up here. Hang on. Update room. Bring this back for a second here. Roll this back. Leave this here, but comment it out for me really quick. Get tile at offset location. This is the main problem. Get offset coordinate, room depth location, get tile there. We get you because we need to use you down here. Take the adjacent tiles, but you need to go back up above really quick. And then we can do this again. Room to update connection data. Before we set the map there to that. Now that should eliminate the need for all of this. That should still be true. Current object now becomes pointless to have, actually. But let me come in here really quick. North. Add foo. Oop. Okay, apply. Now, current object, cardinal connections, 0 has only one tag. That's correct. Okay, moving on. It gets added. We delete, we apply. Current object only has one. Hang on. We'll add you again really quick. And then I'm going to do a different change. I'm going to change a message. Now, current object, cardinal connections. Yeah, you got 2. Okay, so that's all correct. It's got to be coming from somewhere else. If this change is being applied in a way that I'm failing to grasp. Current tags remove tag. App state, rather map state, right here in save tile changes. Guess we can come here. We might be able to get something out of here too, maybe. So let's remove the foo that fires here. So this current tags is 2. Okay, whatever. This is all framework stuff. We come out of there. And then if I go apply this selected tile, cardinal connection 0 has north in there. That's correct. Selected map controller. Map. It's going to be at 2, 2 here because of the offset. Cardinal connections at 0 has 1 tag. Something isn't cloning here. It's gotta be it. That's the only thing that makes any sense at all. When I set selected, in the wrong file. I wanted to be in map state. When I set selected, build the connections list. That's actually no longer what happens here. We switch on selected, which is get the tile at the grid location from the map controller. If it's a room data, my selected tile is a room data clone selected. Room data clone, cardinal connections. We map source cardinal connections map this, clone each one to list. And my clone over here list from source tags. And then connection model, or connection data form rather, current tags. Delete connection. It's actually in the room form that this gets created, but that shouldn't matter. Because this whole thing, wait. Wait a second. Selected tile as okay, so map state selected tile, yes, as room data. And then I get connections. This is for new connection stuff. Otherwise, for map state selected tile as room data, cardinal connections, I give it this. But it's weird that it's only happening on delete. Because like on a new tag, current tag add. Okay, let's go in here. We'll go to foo. We'll apply now. Delete foo. This, wait a second. This isn't, no, this is all connection data form. So current tags. On save, we do this. We remove that. Sure, you do frameworky things. Inkwell, all that gets updated. But do we have the same problem in here? Hang on. Add foo. Delete foo. And then delete foo. No. It's only on root. Let's go back. Map state. If we, it's a connection tile, select tile selected dot clone. Connection tile must implement clone. So these guys, connection data clone this, clone that, clone that, clone that. That's all accurate. Sure, I'm overlooking something super simple, and I'm gonna be so mad at myself when I find it. Update tile. It's gonna go into empty. It's going to go into update room, right? Unless there something. Update tile. Set selected. Yeah. Okay. Apply this. I didn't go in there. Oh, because I was in the wrong. I was in the wrong form. Okay, delete current object. Cardinal connection 0 has foo in it. When we combine these, connection, update connection con data. Con data is you with one tag. You're not staged for deletion. Parentile. If this is a new, it's not. Get connection parentile. Cardinal connections has 2 tags in it. If it's cardinal, it is index the cardinal connections of the parent tile. We go through them. CD is you. You have the extra tag. My connection to update does not have this tag. So we remove it. All of this is good so far. We update this, update this tree, we break out of here. It's updated. So we skip to here. We add you to tag map using connection to update. So that's just got north in it. This tag map, foo, has nothing in it. Okay. We set up that update connection is complete. Next connection. Con data, west, east, etc. Okay, that's all well and good. Northwest to southeast, sure. There's the hidden door. East, west. Okay. But now, if I was to get connections using tag, because I was trying to delete foo. Connections is 0. Not null, though. This is the gym. Empty list comes back. You get deleted. Okay, but that worked, and we know that this doesn't work, or doesn't always work. So what changed? So confused now. Add foo, apply. Everything in here should be good. Just turn that off for a second. There we go. And now delete foo, come in here. Current object, cardinal connections, 0, does not have foo. Okay. past that. Foo exists. It's there. Apply it. Skip all these real quick. Oops. Not what I want. Unmute that. Did you just nuke all my breakpoints? I think you did. Son of a bitch. No, okay, good. Woo. It's the wrong file. So delete you, apply. Current object at 0. It's already gone. Add you back. Why? Room data form is driven off of current data. Selected tile as room data as part of the build. So let's put a break in there. We delete you. Tag is foo. Go to it's gonna be wonky about you because you're in a different widget. That doesn't make sense though. You're still just state. Only thing I do with app state is add a tag. And get the tag list. Or is to hop up from here though. Yeah, you're gonna go through all this junk. Oh all this junk. All this junk. Oh my gosh. Oh, why is there so much? Oh no, this is crap. Can I just go until there? Is that a thing? No, it's not. Can I instead let me get all this shit closed? Um, can I pause you and go into no, frames are not available. Do that. But that wasn't applied, and it is gone. Chip on deleted. I'll set state with current tags removed. That shouldn't matter. It's current tags. Um, on save, we feed it current tags. With a validator around you. On reset, current tag is get tag list, which is copying you from what we get here. Get tile, select tile UI location. If it's a room data for connection in this combined list, CD tags. Connection tile goes through the selected tile connections. But because we get a copy here, so confused. I'm so confused. Tag list. Current tags is always get tag list. Remove current tags is get tag list. Current tags is get tag list on init. And on save, we have an ID. What do we even use ID for? That. We use you for that. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Um, Return the tags. Is this incorrect? Hang on. I'm like 99% certain. Clone Lister map in Flutter / Dart. Use the spread syntax. You can use list from. Uh, list from. That whole thing. And add all. These are just strings. This is just a standard Dart widget. This is the form field. Huh. I guess we could check this callback up here. Hang on. We need this back open. I need you. I need you. I need you. I need foo. We'll get that. We'll skip this for adding. You go right below destination. Right here, tag widget. On save, widget connection tags equals new val. This is my connection. In room data form. I'm working in selected tile still though. And you set selected tile. You're a clone of selected. Which is what we pull out of the controller. So on room data, when we go down here, connections, connection data form, key is the value key, connection is the con. In my selected tile as room data cardinal connections. So this should all be working on the copy. It's just like, it's like this right here is not correct. Um, list from source tags. Can I get into... I could go here, I suppose. So here, selected. Can I get... I can't get like the... do that. Right? No. Can I get like the address? Is that a thing I'm allowed? I can get an address of... identity hash code? Do that. How about that? Five, 6, 4, 9. Okay. Copy value. That's definitely different. Um, can I get access to... Cardinal connections at 0. Tags. Okay, I can get that. 8916 something something something. And then selected. That's definitely different. I can get this. So 8433. That's not different. So 843320 841. Pair value identical. Okay. So that points to this clone. Clone. List string from source tags. But that's supposed be So list from, it's supposed to be a deep copy. Okay, hang on. We'll play there because we can click again and trigger it. Go ahead and go here. So this tags north. This tags um source 0. Right, that I might be too far. Might have already gone out of scope. Okay, let's try that again. This is all null. Um, but I can't. Oh, yeah. Do that. Wait, no. What was the crap? I closed it on accident. Identity hash code. So that's that. This is null. Eight 433200841. That's the same. But the hash on the tags itself is different, so it shouldn't be so if I was to do like remove foo from this tags, right? So this tags would lose it, but source tags wouldn't. I think that's a red herring. I don't think that's correct. Um hmm. Something else has to be afoot. We can try looking at re-trigger this. Then we hash of uh That's not. Um, documentation here. Unit hash because it's code, not of. Selected tile is that. Selected is that, which is different. That is different from that. That. Wait, 641. Yeah, that's different. And this is also there's no way that that should be the issue. That should all be copied, deep copied, and happy and different from one another. And then my connections in data form, connection data form, value key on the connection. But this is for connection data connection in map state selected tile as room data cardinal connections. We can check. In here, yeah. Okay. Let's go there. North has foo. That triggers. If I hit apply, connection, widget, connection, tags equals new val. Okay, that's correct. Now, all of this is going to have to fire. And we're going to end up in save tile changes. This selected tile, cardinal connections, 0. Doesn't have that, but select the map controller, map 2 cardinal connections 0. Okay, that's correct. That's where it should be. Update tile. Room data, update room. Room to update location. Current object is getting the tile here. Current object, cardinal connection, 0, has 2 tags still. We go through here. We update it. that should take it out of there. And then we set everything and update those. So now it's gone. That appears to have worked correctly. But get connections using tag. Maybe I'm confusing myself and I've missed a point somewhere along the way. Try to delete foo. Connections is empty. This map would be I think this is the next. This map is gym, okay. In tag map, tag. Then you go this tag map, foo, is empty. Should come back empty. This is empty. Okay, so that worked. But let's see if we can narrow in. Foo, add the new tag, apply. Click out, back in. I delete foo, I apply. Okay, now you're working. Apply. Delete. Okay, cool. Why is it working now? What did I change? That's been there. I'm losing my mind. Did I somehow forget to relaunch after I did this? Or am I just missing a bug somewhere? I'm gonna go with it for now. We also actually don't get connection data. Update tile, update room. We don't actually need current object anymore. But I wonder if it was in here. Because right now, if I was to create a new room and try to connect, that's going to break. Oh, that. Yeah. Because it can't get that. So I have to account for that still. Um, so this can't go completely away. But I need some of it to go away. Hang on 1 second. This needs to stay. And then we can bring you back and put it back here. We go through my new connections. If they're not in, I don't need to do this. We can save that work. If my existing connections don't contain this new thing, then they're new. We don't need that. This is right here. This is what was adding it back. It was getting added back. That's why I think. Existing didn't contain. No, that wouldn't be true either. Um, I think this all can go. The problem here, okay, so we just need to solve the problem where to do if we try to create a new room with connection data added, we'll fail here because the room data will be nil until we set it. We should probably clone this. Just so that that gets its own copy. That might have been related actually. Um yeah. Need to fix that. And then if we flip it the other way, then there won't be a difference in them to check. And maybe we just pull that out into a function or something. Um, yeah, we'll go with that. But I'm gonna call it here for today because I am starving. I need to go get some late lunch. Um, and take a break for a minute. But in like an hour or so, I'm gonna play some Dune because I got cut short yesterday because of the internet just being crap in the weather. But we're gonna go to some of that. But thank you for everybody who came to join me, hang out today. Good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to meet those of you who are new. I do this thing for at least 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So if this is your kind of thing, come on back around tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Time. I'm going to work more on this. We're going to start here and just go until it's done or until we run out of time for the day. I want to get this buttoned up so that I can set it aside for a minute. That's the plan. Um, and yeah, I'd love to see you again. And if not, you guys have a great weekend anyway. I will catch you some other time on down the road.